Right. So, a bit of a different start because I am just progressing at like a snail's pace. Uh, it's been interesting learning digital art, but yeah. So, I wanna work on art, right, for a little bit, and then we'll get into stuff, right? It's the proper thing to do as well as like the whole stream intro thing. You wait for people to get notifications. And I should also probably make chat last longer. Hey, it's Saturday. I'll be alt tabbed a lot. Yeah, fair enough, right? Busy, busy. Okay. So essentially, what I have left to do. Well, there's a lot more steps than what I'm going to say, but skirt, face, weapon, background, additional shading, right? So yeah, we'll see if I can just finish the skirt. I don't know if I necessarily like how I've shaded it so far. I don't want it to be as textured as the like sash bands, but still matching, right? Because then it goes into the pants, which are a lot smoother. So, if it's this rough, it would not look too great, I think, right? But it's weird to me, right? Because the whole idea with digital art is it's on the brushes, essentially. Whereas, pen and paper medium, you use your hand and it's left, right, up, down, cross hatching, and etc. So, yeah, see how this goes. I'm sure we can get this done fairly quickly and then move on to the Super Sam cards, right? So anyone watching post, just skip ahead, I suppose. Brush still set up from these two, which is fine. I just have to work out the pattern, right? Because dark edge, and dark hang, and then the streak is like there. I don't know if I placed it correctly either. So just get shaded. Start with the top because I have to go over this several times. Dun, dun, dun. Make it a bit rough. It's probably. Do I like the curve? No, because it's going to be a bit darker leading into it. And like, I want to make these dark, but not too dark, so you can still see. But then there's also dark edges where it needs to be darker, right? Hmm. Then we go around the edge, and the underhang bit. And it's also like less is more, right? I sort of get lost and go a bit too overboard. Uh, make this edge darker. That edge darker. Because it's red on red, right? Hard to show the edge, right? So I either have to leave it light or make it fully dark. And this edge, because it's under this, which means that this should probably be extended forward. And then a little bit of curvature to it. Probably made that section a bit too dark. Hmm. I mean, that's why you then, go over it with a like, because so I don't know if the process is the same for art, but so you start with your heavies and then you move to. Well, actually, I suppose it depends what medium you're using. I usually just use grayscale, so I start with the heavies and then you go back in with a white pen or a white charcoal to make things pop, which is shading everything for the body. Is something I have to do as well, and then match to the background whenever I decide. I mean, that's not too bad. It matches this a bit more. This one's a bit dark in contrast. Question is, does it look textured enough? Because you have sort of the weird curve here, there. Which I suppose it's when this comes into play, when they match a bit more. I mean, that's not bad from a faraway glance. Definitely makes this one look too dark. Oh, I can always come back and do it. Again, this is for me personally, just making sure I do it, because, yeah, it's like the type of thing I sit down to do, and then I don't. So I've only really been touching on it, you know, boredom here or there. Nods, it makes sense where the light source is coming from, by the way. Problem is, there is no light source yet, right? the the main idea is, for my mind, right? It's just where the accent should be. So, around the curvature of muscles to give depth. And then when I decide what I want for the background, and then, the way the lighting will probably shine, if I go left side, right side, down, etc., then we can add in the shading in the correct positions. But for the sake of wrapping it, right, because there should be, a curved edge, so to speak, which is also, I have to go back through and oh, too zoomed in. So annoying. You click 4 times and it zooms all the way in. I do have to go through and fray the edges like this as well to give it that texture. I think the worst thing I've done is I've done segments of the segments. Does that make sense? So for the sashes, I did the first one first. That's why it's sort of not as good as the others, because the others I did all at once, and you can sort of play around with it, realize what exactly you want. But still, just again, put work for work's sake, and then I can go through and clean up, because that's the beauty of digital art, right? If I don't like it, I can either scrap it or fix it. But yeah, because the edge should be sort of semi-rolled, right? Because it's going around. Either that, or I put one in the back to show depth. Problem for me too is the layering for digital art. That's the easy way to handle it. I would usually just try and do it all at one go, and then also I'm better at subtraction, I suppose, but then subtraction on this is kind of weird to me. This one's going to be annoying, so I should probably clean up the edges. Nope, that's the wrong one. Delete. That should give me the fine. Thanks. Now if I select this, and I didn't do that side, we have the proper edges. I think as long as we go for passable, I'm happy. There's always, whenever you pick up a new art form, you gotta understand, your first work's not gonna be your best work. This is the undersign, so it should be plenty dark. And just a through streak. That's probably going overboard though. I want that sort of shape left. It means these edges have to be done. And overall, this one again should be probably the darker because it's the underside. Yeah, definitely. Gotta make mistakes first and foremost. So even like this, because I can go back through and I can, go the opposite way, add light, shading. I think as long as I have the placement and sort of the texture, I'm sort of happy. Like, that's fine. It's just, again, making the edges more apparent. We'll get this side done, and fair enough start. And yeah, if I just do this for, like 10, 20 minutes, start of each stream, be done in no time, and I can't find which one this is. There we are. Also, probably doesn't help that the majority of things I did draw was plants, and the human form is not really my forte. Yeah, we just got to edge for, a good 10, 20 minutes. Start of every stream. Get the nerves out. Actually, here we sort of have two contrasts. We can see if I like it a lot darker. As long as it looks like several pieces. Problem is, it doesn't look like fabric. Problem is, because he's laying down, so I don't know if there should be folds, right? But if you were going to go off of body, normal brush. The idea would be, that's way too big. That's way too opaque. Right? It would follow the leg, and then you'd have like the crotch. Probably be a bit more curved. And then for each of these, you'd have where it sits, or where it just goes under the leg. That. Same with this side. That is a very thick leg. Sort of like that, right? And so you'd have shading going this way. Then that would make it look very tight to the body, and that's, not how something sort of loose like this sits. Either way, might come back to it. Let's look at some fab, right? Yeah. Make sure I save. So I don't think the fab database is updated yet, unfortunately. Is that weirdly that's the right size? Is I on the wrong one? No. Go zoomed in a bit more. I suppose it's a little bit more. Do I have a reference image? No. Just the good old mind's eye. Well, I like flowers because, asymmetry is king. You can basically just start off with a scribble. And I've found it weird because I suppose I can go back for a second. I have, where is it? I think it's this one. Yeah, so I have this one, which are the weapons, which are like the pixel art I made for the channel as badges, and I have no idea how to convert them into normal. Because I like the pixel art, and I have more experience with pixel art for online art. Digital art? God, words eluding me. But like, I tried smoothing it out, and I think I'd be a lot better just drawing it from scratch rather than trying to fit the shape of the pixel art. I mean that like that's drawn from scratch versus where's the pixel art one? Oh, I guess it's that small one or this one, right? But for instance, the bow's way too thick on this. And it's more just you have to make it that thick so it's legible as digital art. For anyone asks, I know bows don't have a handle. You hold, you know, somewhere here, but the idea is it's a counterweight, right? The blade. But they can come last. Yeah. I think in this case it was better. Even though, if the design doesn't sort of match, I can also make it better to some extent. Like this is probably too thick. It'd probably be better as like a wooden inlay. As a more realistic sense. My process is very much shapes, form, then shading. Where was this? It was somewhere like that. The nice thing though is I have like all the color palette I need from the pixel art. Anyway, on to Fab. So yes, I believe none of the new goodies are up in the card gallery. The wrong one. Card database. The gem packs included because no gem judge. There's a lot of goodies. There's a lot of surprising stuff in this set as well, and a lot of stuff I'd like to track down where exactly it's from. The Moment Maker. I guess Reddit is probably the best place to go as well. Anything? I don't like this. Like it's a cool design, and it works, for cold foil. But I don't like it. I don't like just the inverted person. Because it is Pleiades as well, isn't it? Yeah, Pleiades Marvel. Doesn't make sense, right? To me. But I understand, I think there's a lot of people liking it, like, think it really is gorgeous. Was there any of the other gem pack stuff? No, that's right. We'll start with Fabry. I suppose I need the Armory deck up as well. The Armory deck I can go through here. We'll just make sure. Gem pack to, I think it's 9 or 8. Ooh. Once the hyphen does. No. You just numbered now. 7 to 8 is the next one. No. And then just the Pleiades. Armory deck. Yeah, there's no. I definitely think that's gorgeous in cold foiling, right? Because all the metallic. Anytime a card's a bit more on the bluer side, looks really nice. Because all the metallic edges work a lot more, right? Moment Maker. Oh, it's just. Is it just what? So it's not actually a guitar. It's just in the shape of a guitar, right? Yes, no. It doesn't look like there's even strings. I thought it was, a musical instrument as well. I mean, you'd have weird verb. Go on. Ever just like say a word in your mind and then you say it and you're like, is that how that sounds? It's both. Is it though? Like artistically, there's nothing. No? I mean, I suppose these are strings. But again, this is what we want for Bard. The lines are strings. Eh. I'm no one to judge functional sense. Alright. All the previews are done, / not updated. I always find it weird. I actually no. I shouldn't say that. But I can rationally explain it because they have the big event this week, right? So that's why things are slower on the back end. Anyway, let's look at some new stuff. So, fortunately, not weapons, just one bit of equipment each. So I guess that rounds out the cold foils. This is cool. Hopefully, this is a playmat. Anytime they do, art like this, like the hook, line, sinker, I hope they turn it into a playmat because obviously it really fits. Should have been a bard. I think the suspense payoffs. For one, suspense seems very bard-esque. But also, final act with all this setup would be beautiful. Oh well. More equipment pieces than I was expecting, actually. That makes me sad because there's some good cold foil cards, and then I don't know if the equipment will be that fantastic. Suppose we should pick somewhere to start. Still missing. Set of commons. Oh, and her equipment comes in the expansion slot. / is it the expansion slot? Yeah, it'd have to be considered the expansion slot, right? Oh, does that make sense? Alright, I have to count. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30, 31, 32. It was 32, right? So her equipment's in the expansion slot. I don't know how that feels. Because it's a whopping 31 cards. So they're not counting bait, I would assume then, right? That's the one that makes sense. But everything else, including her pieces, are in the expansion slot. So there's a mix of really good stuff, right? Really needed stuff. And then, unfortunately, more bloat than I'd like for the actual set. Anyway, let's start with the equipment, because I was super excited for the cold foils, but, if we're back to a mediocre set of equipment that's going to drown out the good stuff, I can't say I'm too excited, right? Hopefully it is short printed cold foil side as well. It's just we haven't had this large of a grouping, right, of excess cold foil cards. Yeah, that makes sense. You don't want the Pleiades armor. But I believe they're rainbow foil, right? Which is also weird because we had something must have gone wrong at the printer. I would assume then, right? Because the Iris stuff didn't come in rainbow foil. I mean, we can check that as well. Blossom. No, equipment came in rainbow foil. Cards didn't come in rainbow foil. I'm getting them confused, right? And Pleiades is fine. Her stuff is the same. That was the wrong one. Click on. Right, this stuff is all rainbow foil. So it won't be rainbow foil, which this is another thing to consider, and I guess we'll sit down and do the math close to the end, right? But XYZ cards, how many can we take out of the pool? Because I would like to know, a reasonable amount of boxes to get my playsets. That's what I always like to work out, and I generally go off of. Anyway, equipment. So I can zoom in, beautiful, right? So tough leather boots. Well, I say but it's better than the heavy hitters, right? I just read the wording and it's my thinking was the heavy hitter stuff, but it's and so you need both tokens instead of but you get more block out of it, right? Because the heavy hitters start off as 0 and they get a +1 if you control. H rarity. Nope, common. Right, no, it's still a +2 and actually never mind. I think I like this better. They all have temper? Why do I think they didn't have... They do all have temper. Yeah, oh well. I was hoping it'd be something impactful. But it's just in Tough Note as well, so that's not great. You need toughness and vigor. That's a hoop to jump through. Yeah, if this was the same as heavy hitters, I think it'd be possible. But this is just not great. It's good for limited, but for me, it's now just a shitty cold foil that you can pull. When all I want is playsets of the common suspense auras, right? Because they seem nuts. Where are they? Where's my little goblin guy, right? Because they're EAs as well. Which is also another curiosity, because I would assume they're still going to be harder to pull. So you're going to get a ton of just shit equipment, and not a lot of these, right? And they will be decent cards, which I want them to be decent cold foils. But the fact that you want 3 of them is where I think they should be decent cold foils, right? Because, you still have to get 3 of them, even if they're common rarity, like normal cold foil commons, then that's 3 boxes, right? So even if, they're $10 cards, $15 cards, I think that would be great. But instead, they'll probably be higher, and the equipment will just be nothing. I think all 3 of them are really nice. And they all come as EA cold foils. Alright, then we have Plates of Tough Love, same thing, but confidence and toughness. I'm guessing they're all going to be the same thing. Oh, no, Hold Firm is different. That's Revered. So we have Revered Brute. So we have the 4 pieces split between each hero. Then we have an extra piece for Revered, and I think those 2 for Revered. Action. Pay 3, destroy this, create 3 toughness tokens. Activate this only if you have less life than each other hero. Action, pay 3, destroy this, create 3 toughness tokens. I mean, it's kind of nice in Fatigue. Yeah, and there's those extra uses for toughness as well. So it is just, getting 3 block out of a card. I mean, stuff like this is nice in the sense that it could make up for some of those 2 block cards. And then it's also stacking on something else. I mean, toughness is going to be really nice with stuff like Fiddler's Green is the 1 block, right? I don't know the Fable. Right, the guy has to carry the thing up the boulder every day. Someone enlighten me, someone cultured. I should say, what I'm basically looking for is if any of these are like Unicycle, where they are very impactful commons and therefore good cold foils. Laughing Knee Slappers. If you control Mind or Vigor, get +2. I think KO is probably the easiest to activate, right? Because you have a lot of Might generation just in the brute stuff. And then arms for... Nope. Chest for life? Do we have all the pieces, or did we double up? Is it... No. What is it? God. Leg and chest, leg and chest. And then the arms and head. Where's the head? Wait, no. I skipped one. Helm of the Adored. When this defends, the crowd cheers you. There we go. They each get 1 full set, so it's still back to 4 common sets of equipment. It's nice that the standard one is not in the cold foil pool, but I don't like the level of equipment in cold foil. I mean, I get that it's the fab thing for the longest time, but it's just not necessary. It's just not appreciated or valued. I mean, if you made them promos, I think that'd be the easiest thing to do. Even if it was, more cold foil hits in the gem pack, but it was the crappy stuff. I think that would be a lot more palatable. I think having a crowd cheers on demand, especially in defense, is really good. Problem is, again, the power level is crap, right? It would need this and like 2 block to be relevant. But yeah, as Pleiades getting the confidence, and then as Tough Nut turning on, Good Natured Brutality, for instance. Although he has a lot easier of a time because he can just instant. Just whether or not you want to use your instant on your opponent's turn, your turn, depending if you have defense ramp, etc. So it messes with the rock game plan. And I apologize if you can hear my dog terrorizing a soft toy. I'm looking at the peeking. He Klloo cross Jack Russell, so he's a vicious little brat. Not mean. Loves his toys. Yeah. What are you doing? Come here. Come here. Okay. That did not work. Give me a sec. I will let him out. Yeah. For Project Blue, anything that has something to do with your hero ability or anything like that, a lot more significant. Right, so we're up to the Reviled and mainly care about the non-heavy hitter-esque pieces. Which, down here. So it's the same sort of thing. Headpiece, block and boo. Arms, pay 3 to create might. Although I think the might is definitely more significant. Like a gauntlets that can get you +3 is kind of cool. The pay 3 is kind of, well, Goliath might actually like them, right? Other gauntlets you have the new Guardian one. And then you have Iron Will. Probably still just take Iron Will. Again, these are not bad effects. Problem is they're on common level block, right? Which is the issue. I mean, they look nice though. Does the whole set somewhat match? I guess the boots are the off-putting bit, right? Because these kind of match. You can sort of see the chest behind it. I did not catch the stream because I was asleep. Has there ever been a premiere? Oh, I watched the last Japan one, right? Because that was a more reasonable time for me. Was it? Actually, why do I feel like that one? Maybe that was during holidays for uni, and that was the rationale. But no, I didn't catch it. Saw drips and drabs of the spoilers and stuff. The same sort of things, right? These are somewhat matching, and then you have the brute piece that sort of doesn't. I wish this was updated so we could see all the cold foils. This is also the worst way to do it. I hate. There's still some kinks to be fixed, I feel, with the database, right? You're searching for cards, it just makes a unsorted list, and it's really, really awkward. But then you have the proper set lists like this that seem a lot better. But yeah, can't see the cold foils yet, right? But we know it's good nature brutality. It's 1 for each. Then I think 2 or 3 actual cards. I think this is going to be the set where there's like the most upper rarities, although they have excluded like the rainbow foils apparently, right? Because you have normal and then you have the cold foil, and you don't have the rainbow foil. So I'm hoping that means as EAs are not actually that much harder to find. But the contrast there is it's actually really nice to have less Majestics in the rainbow foil pool, right? Because overall it makes set collecting in terms of just getting playsets easier. I like watching the gameplay when putting the hands of barely strong players. It's very smooth gameplay. Yeah, it might end up being a weird set because you don't have the hand holdiness, right? Of your easy thought mentality of weapon swing if block out weapon swing. So it'll be interesting to see. I think it'll be a nice limited experience though. Right? I think obviously it had to be taken out for Guardian, because Guardian, could probably just fatigue regardless of the set. And then Brutes. It sort of evens the playing field. Is there any other sets of equipment? The one in the generic slot? Is there any pieces for just Brute or Guardian? There it is. No. There it is, yeah. Sorry, I don't mean to gripe, but yeah, I was super excited because all the EAs are cold foil in this set. And it was just, my thought was finally, right, cold foils are going to return to being, this nice thing you get out of every box, but still going to end up majorly just these cards. Stand strong. Pay 3, destroy this, create a confidence token. Activate this own one. Pay 3, create a confidence token. I get that, there's no point stacking them, but why is it 3 cost? And you can only activate it if you control one, right? So that doesn't seem like it feels like it should be something like pay 3, create a confidence token, put a suspense counter on an aura of suspense, something like that. Or even the removal stuff, right? That all matters. So that was the Guardian piece. I assume there's a brute one then. Did I just skip over it? I did. Overbearing Presence. Pay 3, destroy this, create 3 Vigor tokens. Activate this only if you have a card with 6 or more in your pitch zone. So this is kind of interesting. Because there's also ways to, again, keep up tokens or utilize tokens. But it feels like you want extra value out of them, right? Because just A3 to stockpile 3 is not great. Right? If it was 2 to stockpile 3, it'd be on par with, Blossom or anything like that. That's just activate for 1, right? But it would have more usability because, you get to Sherpa a greater amount of resources for your following turn. Oh well. It's commons, you can't expect so much. What about the generic? Again, luckily these are in the pre-release kits, so you don't have to worry about them. Cold foil. This Faberino. That's the wrong way to do it. I wouldn't mind just opening a bunch of cards. Yeah, so they do. Do we want to count the cold foils? We'll stick with the cards, and I think we'll come back to that, because I do want to, again, work out some metrics of the set. I think Brian Klloo had confidence rolling for 3 turns in a row and just decimated the brute player. Well, I haven't looked at the cards yet, but I assume that's, there's not a lot of block or defense reactions in the set either. It's not. You're paying 3 to get 3 is the issue. So it's not comparable to anything. In terms of like every other chess piece that gets you something extra. It's just your same resource. It's not even, like Temper. No, not Temper. It would have to be Battle Worn. It's not even Battle Worn, so you can get the block and the effect. One or the other. It's the issue for me is, again, a +3 is above rate. And, like you have like fisticuffs and other stuff that's, 2 for 1, etc. So that's good. That's comparable to everything else that exists. But, I mean, the Blossom of Spring reprint card is in this set, and you get it for limited anyway. I mean, I can see a case in Tough Nut where you want to stockpile the resources, but then also having stuff on your loading is awkward as well, right? Yeah, so Garland, 0 for 1. This is 3 for 3. Authority of Allah is too good. Oh, interesting. The Fable. So it's unfortunate. Hopefully it's not one variant. Hopefully this is wrong. And, if it is, this is just, it's so confusing, right? Why go cold foil and why go rainbow foil for riches, then back to cold foil and blah, blah, blah. And why, if they're playable, why cut the printings? I think the rainbow foil cold foil was great, right? Because you had a okay version. I mean, think about what, like Blood of Drakkar is an okay one that's fairly cheap, right? In terms of the rainbow foil and the Authority is the Fable. Not another card. But yeah. It's a shame. It looks cool. It's not really 1 gem, it's 3. It's more a plaque. Right? But it is... Like, if Riches was generic, you'd have the best, offensive Fable, I would say. And this would be the best defensive Fable. Well, no. You'd have the best utility Fable, and you have the best defensive Fable, right? Because this turns off defense reactions. Then they'd have one more room to print the best defensive one, right? Although it's probably still hard because of the amount of life you can gain over the course of a match, right? But yeah, it does suck if they're in only one variant. I'm hoping this is just because only a cold foil is being pulled, / seen. But I also wouldn't put it past them. It's either Fable should be just for Living Legend, or go back to giving us both, right? It's as simple as that. There's no reason to cut them. They're already, well, I guess some were hit or miss, but they're already decent cards. I mean, Schism. I feel like Schism was okay. Schism, 92 and 47, right? I mean, yeah, people may go $50 is bad. But, you know, a box for the Rainbow Foil, box and a half for the Cold Foil. This would already have the multiplier because it's generic anyway. Just, I wish they'd give up the campaign to make it collectible. It's such a good game mechanically, and it's clear the majority of the player community doesn't care about rarity. Again, Rainbow Falls is always the prime example. They're what, 3 times rarer, and then like 10% more expensive on a playable card, something like that, right? I get that balancing the effects can be hard. This is just nuts. Because this alone, like making sync below cost 1 is disgusting. Oh well, there's nothing we can do. Force scarcities. They want to sell boxes. Boxes have always been shit. And it's just gonna... God, to go on a tangent, it's just the vicious cycle, right? Because they want to, have goodies to incentivize more people to open, but all it does is incentivize more people to mass open. And then more people mass opening helps the secondary market, which is the good part, right? And it just leads to more people buying singles, which then leads to the boxes, again, having hit or misses with stores, and then, Alice is back to this corner, and they double down, and it's just, it's a shame. Because I think, mechanically would be solid. Again, Cold Falls in this set, if there was none of the equipment pieces, and it was all the EAs, I think that would be fantastic. You still need 3 ofs, everyone's happy, right? There's still going to be, moderate Cold Foils. But now you have all the shitty equipment will be worthless, and then the EAs will be more expensive. Alright, cards. I guess, God, do we go through everything, or do I cherry pick stuff we haven't looked at? What's time? 9:30, it's weekend. I think we can just go through everything. Alright, Authority of Atea. Disgusting. Could have been yellow, or should have been first. There's lots of different ways this could have worked, but when it's pitched, defense reaction, cards cost opponents an additional resource to play this turn, right? So every defense reaction, and a 0. I think the main, breakpoint for this card is obviously making sync below, making fate for making any of the 0/4s cost something to play is just absolutely disgusting. So this into, any combo deck, any big deck, every deck. I don't know why I'm saying any deck. Every deck with this is just that much more disgusting. I get that it's, a no-block card, but it amps up your offensive capability so much. Maybe in a big deck where, oh god. I'm trying to think of bad scenarios. Commander Conquer is a bad one. But yeah, no, it's just, this is by far their most disgusting Fable to me so far, right? Rich is close second, but, it's restricted, so it's fine. I think the equipment could have been in the gem pack, and you just get more hits, right? Granted, though, there's people who like the Rainbow Falls stuff in the gem packs. But it's just, there's probably equal amounts of, meh equipment to cards I would actually care about pulling in Cold Foil. I wonder if this is one of the cards that almost every deck needs to run. At top competitive, I would assume so, right? With the exception of, like Arcane. Because it is just, it can blindside your opponent immensely, right? Because, you know, 2 cards to block 4 then becomes awful. So it either makes their hand incredibly worse, right? Very difficult to play. Probably not so great against fatigue decks who, you know, have the abundance of resources for their defense reactions regardless. Though it can still make them awkward, right? Again, you have to overpitch. It just simply changing the math on so many things makes it right? That's the issue. Again, good-natured brutality. Authority is going to be such a hoser, but not blocking is actually a downside. Also, it might make the life gain gem cheaper, as I don't know how many non-blocks you can fit into a deck. Well, I don't necessarily know if Heart is mandatory, because again, it sort of fits like Plague Hive and Schism, where sure, you know, it can be worth it extra, but you know, you gotta pitch it twice for it to be worth it, so to speak. Whereas this is just, it can lead to getting X effect across, it can lead to getting X damage across. It probably, in most cases, yeah, just replaces Heart. But I think it is definitely a strong enough card where you can build around it, right? And it would be, you know, as simple as cutting X non-block card. I mean, take my Velvet Guardian deck, right? All it would be is cut Leyline for this. That's clear, simple, because this is more significant than the potential one from Leyline. Funny in my Fatigue Tough Nut, I don't play or care about Authority, so I don't play Dirac since I already block enough. I'm very curious to see where he actually lands with that, right? If you can actually fatigue out your opponent with enough damage from the rock, right? Because I assume that's what you're going with, yeah? I mean, or maybe you're a proper Tough Nut Fatigue deck. Again, as long as Sync Blow exists, as long as any 0-4 exists in defense reactions, right? This just messes up, or potentially messes up a turn. And when I play Jarl, I can tell you attack me after I do Winter's Bite, giving them Frostbite. Is backbreaking to them using defense reactions, making a 0-cost Sync Blow or Sheltered 1. Yeah, there you go. Skippy, beautiful. That's exactly the point, right? It's the simple fact that you take a 1-card block and all of a sudden it's a 2-card block. Even if, you know, again, it's pitch 1 card and now I can pay for Sync, Fate, 3 reacts. Doesn't matter. It's because you cause that first one to require an extra card, it is very significant to me, right? Romping Club Rock is such a meme. Alright, so you're a proper fatigue deck. Yeah, good. I think the Fable is indicative of their desire to switch to block cards being favored over D-Reacts. Problem is, again, that just means they have to prune. And that's I don't know, right? Because that's always been the thought with like Command and Conquer or stuff like that. Is eventually we'll get enough replacement effects that you know, class specific, and then Command and Conquer can be rotated out. But you know, we keep saying that, but we never see the prune step. And as long as they exist, it's just better to have a defense react, right? Because you can play that further step. I think if blocks could be played on the defense reaction step, which would be weird, yes, terminology wise, and they just couldn't be played from Arsenal, I think that would be enough to make the blocks, right? Like the be all end all, and then just defense reactions are, you know, now and then. But again, the game is built on 5-6 years of defense reactions. So yeah, unless big change is coming, it's a really good Fable. Is it the best Fable so far? Functionally, probably. Yeah. Flavorfully, I still like Riches. I want my free gold. So I think, yeah. Again, I'd say like Riches are restricted, but enough people can make use of gold. That's fine. You know, you just don't want it in like a red deck, yellow deck. Yeah, this, it shouldn't have been blue. Should have been yellow, I think, is my overall feel towards it. If it was yellow, be fine. Well, it wouldn't be fine, but I'd be more accepting. I think block might be playable if they just had bigger numbers, even though it's Drawing a solution. Yeah, that would be the other way to go. Feel not comfortable to spend money on the game, given how crazy some of the prices. Yeah, and this is not going to help. I mean, I went getting hyper for the set because the cards, mechanics, the art drew me back. Then took a look at what Cold Foils currently exists. It's really good stuff. That would be exciting, and then it's just back to the usual bloat for the set. And now I'm a little bit diminished, but it's still going to be a great set. I think it's indicative of what's going to continue, and that's the overall problem. I think the display space for blocks having proactive effects to make them favored over D-Rex. Yeah, that's also one way to do it. Like Crash and Bash is pretty nice. I mean, how much is Riches sitting at? Out of curiosity. The Riches is close to 300. Super Slam should be more abundant. That's one thing going for it. But the simple fact that it's cold foil, whether or not, it actually means it has a significantly higher rarity, like pull to it. It's still, again, there's, the social mentality of how we value cards, and basically we've been taught gold foils are the more expensive one. So I would assume it starts, like 400-500, and then probably goes crazy, unfortunately, for at least a while. Actually, cool idea maybe about front bunches and style prevention on a block card. Flash blocks are cool. It's just a shame that nobody at Naboo with themselves. They non-block with themselves. Flash blocks are cool. It's just a shame, as in the equipment ones, right? So they're only for Guardian stuff. Alright. Anyway, good natured brutality. When this defends, if you have no cards in hand, it gets +6 and the crowd cheers you. So God, we can talk about this for ages. Project Blue may be the only way out at this point. Problem is, so Project Blue, if it takes over Blitz, doesn't matter. Because if it just has the same level of support Blitz currently has, it'll go nowhere. It'll just be the fun alternative, the cheap entry points. But again, where the money's at is where the majority of players will go, right? Regardless. Because, it doesn't matter how much you spend if... Oh, God. What's the adage? The simple one, right? You got to spend money to make money, right? So, yeah. Just because of the stark contrast between how much Class Constructed has been built up and supported versus the new formats, which is another... So, it's an issue I have because it's such an easy fix for LSS, right? It is literally just a throw money at the situation problem. They want more people to play Blitz, Living Legend, Commoner, whatever. All they have to do is, juice up the tournaments. And it could be as simple as just the promos attached to them, or literally just putting more money in the prize pool. Opposite of combo, the clash blocks, effects can clash themselves, and instantly lose. Right, because it's clashing and then it's a non-clash card, so yeah, I get you. Okay, good-natured brutality. When it defends, if you have no cards in hand, it gets +6 and the crowd cheers you, right? So he does have access to a lot of the crowd cheers defensive effects, which is really nice. And then if you're in a pickle, you don't get any of these cards, you can just use your ability, which is kind of cool, right? Living Legend is getting more support, and I think that's a weird choice. Yeah, as well, but... God. Give me one. TCG. Events. Should be able to find the most recent ones from like the World Tour, right? Battle Harden has all three now. They usually say the prize pool, I believe. So Battle Hardened, 2K, plus the gold foil being worth something. God. I've looked into it before, but yeah. Because it's like, I don't know if it's increased, but, for instance, like a major event was like 10K and then Blitz was 2, right? And it's that contrast. Whereas, if Blitz was 5 and Class Constructed was 8. There'd still be that incentive to go to Class Constructed, but there'd be a lot more incentive to go to Blitz, right? Or Living Legend. So I think for Project Blue to really succeed, format-wise doesn't matter, mechanic-wise doesn't matter, right? It's what a lot of people want, so that's all in the clear. But it needs to be supported to the extent of Class Constructed to me. And it's weird because, it's going to slot in as the casual event, so that's not necessarily going to be the case. But yeah, because the other issue is it's all great, help the casual player, right? That's what we should be doing. That's a great thing to do. But again, realistically, you have all the major event, the way to make money off of Flesh and Blood from Class Constructed. So the idea becomes, why would I waste my time playing the casual event when I can continue to play Class Constructed? I can get my practice in for Class Constructed in a highly complex, highly shifting game, right? So again, to me, it doesn't matter how much the format makes it cheap, makes it a great entry, unless it's prize supported by Class Constructed. There's just not enough incentive to it. I mean, they also kind of fumbled with the announcement of Project Blue Light, said it was coming, dropped a ban list, and then have done nothing for almost a year now. Yeah, I think the Discord closed as well, right? And it's weird that they didn't, do a statement or anything like that. Beta testing is concluded. These were our findings. These were our results. This is what we're going to do. It's where, again, marketing sort of falls through. And I think LSS have, skipped over the build your company stage, and they sort of recruit sparsely when they could be handling things a little bit better. But again, I'm a random person. Their business is successful. That's beautiful, right? They've done everything they need to do. There's just always going to be those little things that you can pragmatically, talk about and say, maybe this could be better, but always take them with a grain of salt, right? All right, we should really try and get through the cards. Yeah, the problem is, everything in the world is getting more and more expensive, so if you have a hobby that gets you something back, that's highly significant. Good-natured brutality. When this defends, if you have no cards in hand, it gets +6 and the crowd cheers you. So great for fatigue. The cheer effect is nice. You get your toughness for your next turn as well, right? And then it's just worth 2 cards, which is very significant for Tough Nut because he wants that extra card of value. So definitely incentive to clear the hand and then, pop swing. Something easy, right? So it does sort of put you above rate with the toughness proc, which is definitely nice. Jaws of Victory. When it stacks hero, if you have less life than them, the crowd cheers you. If you've been cheered this turn, this gets go again, right? So nice 6 with potential go again is definitely really, really good. Problem is, I don't know how much Tough Nut loves it, right? Being a red. But, maybe there's a workable aggro list for him. Because, again, God, who pointed it out, right? The idea would be you just take Rhinor's deck or KO's deck, well, probably Rhinor's deck, and stick it with him, right? And again, your pitch is just your uncontrollable 4th card. And see if it works or it doesn't work. Wind up the crown, beautiful, right? Instant discard, create a toughness and a vigor. So really, really nice wind up card. I wish they gave him the whole set, right? And be like toughness, vigor, might. Well, it'd probably be good if it was just toughness X, toughness X, toughness X, right? But vigor, definitely nice. Again, for rock, and I think that's a perspective I will probably have for the majority of these cards. It does make it a little bit awkward having a resource floating. Potentially, right? Depending on what you want to do. Again, my mentality is have somewhat of a functional hand that's not just always block out. So there's stuff you want to play, and you want to try and float resources to then be able to tough nut. So starting from 0 is always a lot easier because you can over pitch, etc. Right? Numbskull Charm. Choose any number, strong confidence or might token. The crowd cheers you. Pitch the top card of your deck. I think his is, well, no, the destruction effect on all of the charms is, I guess, hit or miss, right? But all of them, you're picking the other 2 modes. I really enjoy the if you have less life, gain a bonus effect cards. They're just neat. Yeah, it's very iconic to Fab. Well, I don't know if you can necessarily say iconic, right? But obviously, it was prevalent in the in Revered Rathe. I can't remember if it was apparent much in Arcane Rising, right? But it is definitely a mechanic that is great for how Flesh and Blood is designed. So yeah, I do kind of wish they do it more. Gets a little bit awkward when you have a low life hero though, but yeah, it's definitely a really nice mechanic to complement Fab's design. Do we say anything about this? Toughness and pitch, right? It's nice. Old Leather and Vim, if you control a toughness or vigor, gets +1, so a 2 for 7. And then when this hits, create a toughness and a vigor token, regardless of if you controlled one. So yeah, just a nice filler. Pleiades, Cries of Encore. When this attacks a hero, if you have less life than them, the crowd cheers you. If you've been cheered this turn, this gets when this hits a hero, you may play an Aura of Suspense from your graveyard this turn, which is definitely a really nice effect, right? Because there's definitely ones that you want to replay. And, you know, it doesn't discount them, which is fine. That's definitely fair and balanced, more so than ever. And it's, you know, it's a 3/7, so it's not going to be too difficult to have the resources. And, you know, it's disjointed from the Crown Cheers effect. So while it can trigger itself, it's I wouldn't say easy enough, but there is, you know, ways to use it functionally, right? So a 7 with a pretty decent effect. There are definitely I mean, the easiest one to play is obviously Palms. Right? That's probably the best one. It's just then what would it work out to? You pitch card, you get a card back, right? So you could probably gain a resource off of that. You then Pleiades it, lose one suspense counter, and you get another card at the start of your next turn. So yeah, Palms is the standout card. Thespian Charm, destroy Minor Vigor, crowd cheers you, return an aura permanent you control to its owner's hand, and all of the aura suspense aside from the static ones when this leaves. So this does allow you to bounce them back, get something, go again, right? So again, think of it like a Sigil and Acilio, but you know, I feel like Palms is better, right? You get to replay it, gain a resource, gain a card. Up on a pedestal, suspense. When this enters the arena or leaves, you may put a Revered or Guardian attack action card from your graveyard on top of your deck. So they've tried to balance them around the 2 block, but it feels like a lot more of them could be balanced around the 2 block. But yeah, I think most of the effects make up for the fact that these are 2 blocks. The plus attack big buffs like make it really hard and get the aura back that did the buff. Also resets your long form auras. Yeah, that's the other situation as well. Just getting the extra counter for Pleiades. Be it, you know, again replaying it or you know going back to Cries of Encore, help to just get something else to play. It'll be interesting to see how long you can make, you know, the long ones last. There's definitely some really great value there. But yeah, there's definitely plenty of hits to hit with this, and you know, anytime you tutor something, the top of your deck is definitely really nice. Especially when it doesn't cause a shuffle and you can, you know, utilize it with other tutor effects. Turning point. When this defends, if you have less life than the attacking hero, the crowd cheers you. While this is defending, if you've been cheered this turn, it gets +3. So a potential 5 block card if you've been cheered. Deathmatch really likes this, right? Doesn't he? Because it's a blue. Granted, it breaks the 6 mold, but, you know, well, I guess the situation is a bit weird because, you know, turns off Toughness. It's a miss for Tough Nut's ability, but then if you hit something else with Tough Nut's ability, it's a 5 block, which is definitely really nice. Or just being a 5 block when you're low life. Yeah, so stuff like this, right? When they amp the block value. And I think that's probably the metric to look at. A way to get 5 blocks. But again, they have to be, you know, restrictive like this. Uplifting performance. If you control confidence or toughness token, this gets +1. And when this hits hero, create a confidence or toughness. So yellow, potential 6. That gets your confidence and toughness. I mean, it's probably decent enough just to, again, stack confidence, right? I am in the Guardian section. Thank you. Turning point. Revered Guardian block. But still, getting to 5 block, right? Just having a 0/5 is great. And then it being blue as well. I think it's another one where maybe it could have been toned down, right, by being off color. Because it is essentially still on rate in base, right? Because a yellow would be 3 and a red would be 4. Alright, now we're in the revered section. Crowd goes wild. If you've been cheered this turn, this costs 3 less to play. So a 0/6 is definitely nice. You kind of want those, you know, go again because, you know, blocking out, holding this in your hand to, you know, go tough nut. What do you do then, right? Is the mentality. No hero stands alone. While this is in his zone, if you've controlled a toughness token this turn, it gets +3 and ambush. What's in any zone? If you control toughness token, well, this isn't any. So you can also block with this. No, it won't have ambush, but you can block with it from hand, and then create a toughness token, right? When its defense clash with the attacking hero, the winner may choose an attacking or defending card, get -3 or -3, right? It's chain link. So that is a little bit unfortunate. Maybe if it was toned down at -2, -2, so it's still a 1. But, there's probably still enough upside to it. And again, you're big brutes or big guardian, right? So should be achievable. Probably just better off in guardian because you have that higher echelon of power cards, right? Maybe it just is a sideboard card, right? You just swap it in on matchups you know you'll never lose, or you have the least chance to lose. Good clean fight. If this is attacking a hero, non-equipment cards they own lose and can't gain abilities, right? So defense reactions don't have defense reaction procs. But they still cost. And what else? Prevention effects switched off. I mean, it's just a really nice card to do something too. If you add a toughness die, it is a 1. What's it's controlled, right? Oh, wait. You're saying you're using this off of toughness, and it's still a 1. All the suspense cards lose clash. That is true as well. It's nice in the sense there's the balance card pool. Oh. Well, we'll get to his cards, and I guess we'll be having a thought. But you got your playset Marvel Charms today. All of them? I don't know. I really like that they're doing more Marvels, because the Marvels always look fantastic. But I don't think I'm too interested in them. So yes, it gets toughness buff, but you don't have to block with this first, right? I mean, granted, it's a block card, so you want to block with it. So yes, it could still be a 1 block, even with the -3 if you lose the clash, which is, I guess, okay. Or, it's second block, third block. Worth the gamble for the -3. It's a weird standpoint. I mean, as Tough Nut, you also get the ability to see the top card of your deck for pitching, which is kind of nice. I'm convinced he'll be the next unloved brute like Levia. The most interesting hero to me, after seeing the majority of the suspense, is probably Pleiades. The top hero for me for the set is probably Lithe, right? Because I think he's fully tuned and worked out. Can definitely do really disgusting things. I think Tough Nut, I'm gonna rock around, so just that's a meme. Cheeto, I haven't really looked into his cards. He's sort of been at the bottom, but then we got the double card, so seems really nice. Difficult clean fight. Escalate order. Where's attacks? If you control a toughness token, create 3 more. Definitely pretty cool. Turn your +1 into a +4, right? Old favorite. I think it's one of the new ones. When it's attacks, if you've been cheered this turn, create a toughness token. When it's defense, if it has 6 or more block, put it on the bottom of its owner's deck when the combat chain closes. So, not the easiest of asks, but there are various different ways, aside from toughness as well, to get the block up. Played a game against Lithe earlier, and he put out shockingly high damage. Yeah, it's just, again, looking through a lot of the cards, they haven't, like, Tough Nuts are either on raid or below, which is weird, because he's the 3 intellect hero, and then Cheeto's not Cheeto, sorry, Lithe is above, right? So fatigue block, and there's a few fatigue cards in this set, aren't there? Right, that aren't life gain, but still pretty shenanigan-esque. Tame the beastly behavior. When the stacks are reviled, hero limited. I wish the limited was stuck to the rares. It'd be interesting. I need to sit down and count a lot of the different cards in this set to think about it a bit more. But yeah, super rare as a reviled limited card. Renounce Violence. Destroy up to 3 might tokens, create toughness token for each token destroyed this way. Definitely really nice counterplay to someone. I'm thinking if there's any merits to, use it on yourself. Probably not. So it's probably sideboard, into someone generating might. It's still nice, right? Because every switch is like 2 value. Never give up. Instant pay 2. Put this on the bottom of your deck. Oh, this is the other fatigue one, right? Target defending action card. So this and this go hand in hand. But, funnily enough, they will never line up. No, they will always line up. Put this on the bottom of your deck. Target defending action card gets +3 this chain link. Activate only this one's in your graveyard. Yeah. So you block with this. Goes to your graveyard. You block with this. You make it a 6. But this resolves first, so this goes back to the bottom of your deck. And then this goes to the bottom of your deck. And then you always have them. So you have 9 block in a pitch ball constantly cycling. So I guess that's fair value, but it's still really nice for fatigue, right? Oh, super rares. God forbid the person who finds this in limited, right? You get lucky, you pull both of them, and you take every match to a draw. Oh, come back, kid. We can skip, disarm, dismember, and disperse. I'm hoping that this is playmat. Marble's great, like the marble carvings. When it stacks, if you've been cheered this turn, create a toughness token. When it defends, if it has 6 or more, put a card from their hand on the bottom of their deck. Was that better to hit with Never Give Up? Attacking hero puts a card, so it could potentially be 4 if you've been cheered. No, when this defends, I'm thinking about it wrong. So it can be 4, so it can be... It's a 3 for 7, right? When it attacks, if you've been cheered. And it's a potential 3, 4, 6, that would be a 9, right? With one other card. So it'd be a 5 for 9 with what's it called? Never Give Up. This is probably going to be one of the standout super rares, right? I'm guessing these all have a similar effect. When it attacks, if you've been cheered, create toughness. When it defends, for an aura they control. I guess that's okay, but this one's obviously better. And it's in yellow. Puts a card from their arsenal on the bottom of the deck. When it defends. Yeah, I'm gonna say disarm is the better of the 3. Oh, right. Yes, it does. When this defends. No. Target. Oh, God. You're going to make me look up terminology. Target defending action card. I assume that means you can't just have the card declared, right? They think ahead? I think they did. Alright, can everything I just said. Potentially. Because you declare this, you play this, but it's not the target defending card. So they can only be triggered off of toughness. Still not, the hardest ask. This is still a 6 for tough nut, right? Target defending action card gets +3. Yeah, so you can't. So you declare this, you can't resolve this because you have nothing to target. Because it's not on the chain yet, so it's not a defending card. It's a card you control, but it's not a defending card. Is the other way. No, it's great. I always even when I fully read, my brain skim reads. And just goes, oh, this would be so great. This is so much combo potential. Right? That's my mentality. Alright. But they've thought this through, and it's not just a fatigue combo. But is there any way to make it a fatigue combo? So this then by itself is still really good for fatigue, right? You just have to watch your life. And then as tough nut, the cheat is not too hard. Potentially. Alright. They're good, but they are balanced. Fight Fair. Limited. Oh, no, same thing. Target defending, right? So none of these synergize. The only way to proc these are through toughness. Interesting. I mean, that does make sense to me, right? The priority window is not a defending card, it's just a card you control. Up to one target defending card gets +3 this turn, the crown cheers you. It's a lot of block potential. I mean, this is fine as an instant then, right? Because you're getting that extra value from the crown cheers and it's still worth 3 block. Plus anything that, you can play as an instant, definitely really nice. Then you go, right? Because you can go to damage calculation and then play the instant. And skip over the second chance for your opponent to react, no? Will of Crowd. Most defenders have been cheered this turn. Defending action cards get +3 exchange link. Oh, wait. Going back to these. I know how I'm going to make them work. Oh, if only they were reviled. It would be so much funner. Seismic Surge and Shelter is how we're going to do it. Oh, wait. No, now I have to look up Shelter. Attack action cards you control. Right. Oh, no. It's while defending. So this doesn't work either? Ah. Same brain. I don't think this works either because it's while defending, so they don't get the +3. Because again, it's correct on the control wording, right? Because as soon as you put it on the stack, you control it. But until it goes on the chain, you don't have it as defending. I mean, we might as well at this point look into it. Rules and policies. Defending. First defending cards declared for the attack. Cards declared this way. Is it? Is that fine? First defending cards are declared for the attack targets. Cards declared become defending cards. So they are defending cards. We're good. Because you declare it and then you have the priority window, no? If the attack here is a hero, the controller may declare any number of non-defensive. No, it doesn't matter. It's this wording is all that I care about. Declaring a card this way is not considered playing the card. It does not incur the cost of playing the card. It does not. Wait, what? Okay, we care about this. Declaring a card this way is not considered playing the card. It does not incur the cost of playing that card. It does not add it as a layer on the stack. So now we have the opposite way. The card is defending, but it's not a card you control. So it's not a legal target? According to this wording, just declaring the card makes it a defending card. And for the wording of all of these, this one will do. When this defends, if it has 6 or more, right? So this doesn't resolve till it actually resolves. But it is a defending card. Target defending action card. Gets +3, but it doesn't get the +3 till the chain link, but hits the chain link, and then it becomes when this defends. 3 toughness. Alright. Insight. So your opponent says, destroy this next action card you defend with. This turn gets +. Oh, you mean from the reprise? Maybe? Did they put the comprehensive out? That would save us so much trouble. Yeah. Thank you. Never give up. Alright. You can only activate this if all of the following 3 conditions are satisfied. Never give up is in your graveyard, your current health is less, and you've been cheered this turn. Okay, no, that's not one. When activating Never Give Up's ability, you must target a defending card. A defending action card can be one on the current chain link or on the previous chain link. So, okay. If you target a defending action card on the previous chain link, you still get +3, however, no damage to retroactively recalculated. So it has to be on the chain. Fine, that's fine. Clarity is worth more than, being correct. +3 while defending. But this does work. Because they are still considered defending before they hit the chain link, right? Because this doesn't have the wording of on the chain link. So seismic shelter in a, I guess, a fatigue Pleiades deck, since that's the only one it'll work in, right? And your aim is to just get to old favorite. I mean, in a sense, that does make this easier to trigger. But you do run out of the shelters at some point, though. And her put an aura back at specifically suspense, right? When there's a will, there's a way. Granted, I hate fatigue decks, so I don't know why I'm putting so much thought to this. But yeah, okay, that's good to clarify. In fact, God. Well, actually, I'll keep this open, and if we get to a card that we care about. I mean, Disembodied might as well read anyway. First ability triggers when it resolves on the stack and becomes a nope. Second ability triggers when it becomes a defending card on the combat chain. Whether it has 6 or more is checked when the effect resolves. If it has 6 or more. So either way, it still hits... Wait. The comprehensive rules are in the same place. Your rules and policy. And then you click comprehensive. And then you click comprehensive. And it's a nice... They've updated it recently, right? And you have a nice little search bar. Search for terms. Alright, but now that we're reading Disembodied, right? Second ability triggers when it becomes a defending card on the combat chain. Whether or not Disembody has 6 or more, defense is checked when the triggered effect resolves. Do you get a priority window when it hits the chain? Because I know you get one when you declare it. You must, right? For toughness and stuff to work anyway. No, because toughness isn't a proc. God. It has to be on the active chain, but it's an instant. I mean, I guess the next step is to go to priority. Only one player, blah, blah, blah. Within the action phase, do not generate doing play, blah, blah, blah. Beginning of each action phase. During most steps of combat and after the resolution of a layer. I think what we've gone into is I'm overthinking it. And we've complicated the situation. And therefore, I don't know what to do. Because I just don't know why I opened 2 of them, right? Actually, I do, because you asked. In my mind, right? It's the chain and triggers, which means the ability goes onto the stack. It doesn't check until it resolves. So because it's on the chain, the ability triggers on the stack. You can then play an instant to give it +3. We'll leave it there. Food for thought. I'm not the one to ask. Okay. We're up to dig in. When it's defense, you may pay up to 3, create that many toughness tokens. I mean, it's just it's nice in Tough Nut, right? Because you're stockpiling the block. I mean, I guess it's nice in both of them because you're stockpiling the block, plus it works with all the +3 cards that we just went through, right? So anytime you can stockpile a card is definitely nice. Just makes your turn feel a little bit more empty. It's good because it's, optional. It's not stockpiling a card. Why do I think it's stockpiling a card? It's when it's defense. I need to reset my brain. Give me something juicy. That's pretty bland. That's more just a trigger. Although this stuff is nice. Wish it was on, 3 block cards. There's more ways to trigger the cheers, even if it's gated by the life. Guess that's not limited. I don't know if it's really appealing. Is there much? I mean, I know there's the Brute Clash, but I don't think there's any Revered Clash. I guess it's just counter play, right, against Clash from the other 2. Tough smash up with defends. Oh, there you go. That's what I just said. It seems as if while the trigger checking, it has 6, it is on the stack, you can never give up. Instant to buff, defense. Yeah, that's my line of thinking as well. Right? It's basically what we thought before, but on the wrong trigger. Played career. Priority windows is something I really have to learn. Because it's something that for the longest time I didn't care about because it hurt my brain. But obviously it's very integral to Flesh and Blood. Play, priority. Then then goes on the chain, it resolves, creating a new priority because it's an effect that resolves. So you should be able to give it the +3. Which means that we can go back to our dialogue about it being, the fatigue combo. Potentially. Okay, when this defense clash with the attacking hero, the winner creates a toughness token. You may put your revealed card on the bottom of its owner's deck. You may put your... I guess that wording's for the overturn the results. You may put your revealed card on the bottom of its owner's deck. I mean, maybe there's a thought of building around these types of effects for Tough Nut. I mean, I was saying I want some sort of reveal effect for him, so to put it behind Clash is pretty cool, right? Because it fits thematically. Turn the crowd grateful. Nope. I'm skipping over the limited stuff. When the combat chain closes, if you didn't hit, the defending hero creates a toughness. Ooh. If only it had the stat line of oh god, big swing. Cheers, go again. When this enters or leaves the arena, the crowd cheers you at the start of turn destroys. Ah. Now that is a nice filler, comma, right? Because you get to cheer twice. Is it worth it though? Confidence seems really good to utilize with it. Wait, does confidence matter? Yeah, because it's at the start of your turn destroy. Oh god. Confidence beginning or start? Start of your turn. Yeah, so you don't get the trigger, right? And that's how the other one works, 2 steps ahead. Yeah, so 2 turns of confidence or 2 turns of toughness with it. Seems kind of good. Roar Grits, the next attack this turn gets +1 for each toughness token you control. That needs to be bookmarked. Don't know how many toughness we can get to, though. Heroic Pose, next attack, crowd cheers you. I guess this one's fine. 1 for a +3 and a cheer, so fair. 1 plus the -2. Humble Entrance, create 3. I mean, that makes up for its block on both of these, right? There'll be a 2-card play to get 4 block and a +4. So 2 cards to get 8 value. I mean, that seems kind of alright, right? Darling of the Crowd. While this is defending, if you've been cheered this turn, it gets +1. Yellow 4 block. Again, it's on rate as just a yellow anyway. Yeah, it definitely seems like they're pushing block. Right? Because you have all these extra effects to be above the rate that has been established, so to speak. Not so mighty. When this defends a... Nope. Alright. KO. Which actually, we've seen all of his juicy stuff. I guess it's mainly the Reviled stuff, which lets us think about both KO and Life. On the equipment. Outside interference. I still want to figure out what's a decent target for this. It's still nice, right? You may reveal a reviled attack action card from your inventory and put it into your hand. Is there any other instance reviled attack actions, right? That essentially make that no. Because it doesn't. God. The problem with this, for me, the mentality, is A, it's taking up the inventory space, right? So that's 3 extra cards. And then it's also, when is it better to find something through this than just to have it in my deck and find it instead of this? I guess because it's blue, right? That's the main crux. It's a blue that allows you to convert it to a red when you want to play defensively. Yeah, all right, we solved it. Big Bully. When this attacks hero, if you have more life than them, the crowd boos you. And then if you've been booed this turn, this card's base is doubled. So this is going to be the fun one, right? Because, you KO it, and it's now a 12. 6 cost 12, though, isn't it? I mean, a 2 cost 8 still is kind of nice, right? Does make me curious. I don't think there's many ways to affect the base. Yeah, I'm gonna get all the Evos. Lesson base, base. I think this is the first time we've had base, right? Aside from the illusionist stuff. Six more base, nope. It would be weird for them to make a buff that affects the base, no? No, it's nice and big. Cheetah's Charm. Steel. So the steel on the cheetah stuff is definitely. I get the flavorfulness, but obviously it makes it better, right? Because instead of it just being a minus, it's now a swap. So steel confidence or toughness token, crowd boos you. If you and also the big other crux is toughness existing. No, yeah. Finish the train of thought, right? Because toughness resolves, so you're not really going to have the opportunity to use this unless you steal it on their turn. So it's whether or not you want to use this offensively or defensively. And Lyeth seems better defensively. Oh, does it? You still have the it's like an attack reaction to reset damage. So steal is better than destroy. That's the main crux. The crowd boos you if you control an attack with 6 or more. Deal 2 damage to target hero unless they discard a card. It's definitely nice. This in cheap shot just as the chip damage, right? That's what 2, 6, 12. That's 12 damage that needs a prevention effect or ward, for instance. Well, in that scenario, it's really good against ward, right? Just pop an angel whenever you see them. So this in cheap shot is definitely going to be very, very interesting. I wouldn't mind doing that as like a brute, where the objective is just, I guess, play dirty, cheap shot them down, right, with this and that. Steal Victory. When this defense, steal an aura token the attacking hero controls. So nice enough that you can take anything. Again, this is above rate, right? Because it should be 2 as a blue block. Defensive behavior. If you control a might or vigor token, this gets +1. When this hits hero, create a might and vigor token. So I do like these effects, right? Where it checks if you have one, and then if it lands, you get both. Then we're on to Lyeth. Leave him hanging. Disgusting, right? Suspense seems disgusting overall. Again, the value for this doesn't work out to me, right? Because an Intimidate is a 3, right? And it's a +4. And it's for 3, right? So you get 7 out of it for 3. 4, 3, right? And a 0 is usually worth a +3. It's 2-turn delay. So it should be a +5, right? Oh no, I guess it is under. Because it should be an 8. But I don't think they've considered Intimidate as destructive as it can be. Especially when, again, you're using it on your opponent's turn. 2 steps ahead. The same sort of thing, right? Because it takes 2 turns to trigger. That's why it's a +3 plus the confidence on a blue. Whereas, it'd usually be a +1. Second turn +2. Third turn +3. Right? So the might is fair, but then you get the confidence on top of that. Lion's Charm, choose a number, steal a toughness or vigor token, crowd boos you, and target hero loses and can't gain abilities this action phase unless they discard a card. So the idea is, turn yourself off, but it should still be good, right? Against various heroes. Who would you want prime candidates to use this on? I guess Prism's a big one, right? So you basically force the discard. Might be the standout one, right? I mean, yeah. Your Reviled stuff definitely seems a bit juicier to me. I mean, I know, like, pitching a card is pretty crazy. But again, you're playing a card to do it. Whereas, forcing a discard is really nice. Truth or Trickery. When this defends, you may look at the top card of your deck and choose a color. I recommend red, yellow, blue, or pearl. But, you want to say purple, go nuts. If you do, the attacking hero guesses if that card is the chosen color. They then look at it. If they guess wrong, they discard a card, right? I feel like, for clarity's sake, this should have just been a reveal. Because I can imagine worst case scenarios where you look at the card, you say a color, your opponent says a color, they look at it and they go, eh. And then you have to call a judge because, you're not allowed to relook at the card. But, it's fun, it's flavorful, it's what we want. Few obscenities. If you control a confidence or might, get +1, and then create a confidence or might. I think confidence is definitely going to shine a lot more because it's a lot more accessible than something like overpower or dominate. But even though, it works around God, I have to read it. And starting to destroy this next attack action card you play, this turn can't be defended by more than 2 non-block cards. So it plays around defense reactions, which is a big one. Granted, who's really double playing defense reactions? And an action card. So the idea there is, warrants only 2 blocks. Unless we get a whole bunch of more block. And then it's a lot more accessible. I think, yeah, in limited, it will definitely stand out. That's the Guardian stuff. Don't be fooled by Pleiades. Alright. The equipment, bully tactics. This as the calling promo. God, it's gonna be such a nice promo, right? It's I feel it might be better than Conqueror. One, because there's not the different variants of it. Two, because it just seems like such a nutty card. When this attacks, you may pay up to 3, intimidate them that many times. I mean, it seems like Reviled have a lot of way to close the game, right? Through these sort of mechanics, where, again, you just strip your opponent's hand, get that extra damage across, cheap shot them, you'd like to KO charm them, cheetahs charm them, right? So, yeah. I think that might be the style I build. Fix a match, reverse a clash. No, not reverse a clash, that's overturn. Fix a match, pick a clash. When this stacks your search deck for a card, basically a tutor, then shuffle and put that on top, right? So you use this and then you go with the instant headpiece. Is there any other tutors for Guardian? Bravos is Bravos, no? And then Rhinos is Rhino. I don't think there are any other tutors. But this and the headpiece allows you to line up 2 cards, which is definitely going to be nutty. Worth something. Maybe that's what we look into for KO. Fix the match, headpiece, set up 2 card plays with his ability. But I don't know. I don't necessarily know what you'd want to hit. Otherwise, the intended purpose is to find the card for clash, right? And then whenever a card defends this clash, win the clash, get your mites, right? Battered, beaten, and broken. When the stacks hero, intimidate them. If you control 3 or more auras, it gets +3. And when this hits hero, destroy an intimidated card they own. So, more intimidate disruption is definitely something Brute really wants and needs. So, yeah, it's nice to see. Although, I assume the army deck comes out for Rhino. It's hit or miss. If it's good, then Intimidate's good or better. And then Rhino goes, and then Intimidate's back to being eh. I guess it's more opened up here as the Reviled interaction. Escalate violence. When this attacks, if you control a might token, create 3 more. So that's really nice. Granted, you have to have generated the might. So as life, that means playing it on your turn, which makes it a 3-card 7. Sorry, a 2-card, a 3-pitch. A 3-pitch 7. That's not bad, right? I wonder if his ability was well, I guess it kind of is. I was going to say if it was both defending and attacking, get +1/+1. That might be too nuts. Being able to have the benefit, offensively and defensively. But, this halved is still a 2, right? I guess it goes down 1 in value then. Gang robbery. When this attacks a hero, steal an aura token they control. If you control 3 or more auras, this gets +3. Again, the steal is really nice. Has to be an aura token, but, there's lots of other matchups with tokens you could steal. So, yeah. Yellow, I mean, they're all cheap, easy cards. Granted, we're not seeing a lot of ways to string them together. Which is where KO might actually shine, right? Having the brute package with agility or even, just scab skins to gamble it. Tear down the idols. When this attacks a revered hero, intimidate them. When this hits a revered hero, they discard a card. Yeah. Too situational, otherwise it'd be nice. So it seems like there's 8-ish miss super rares, something like that, right? That are more limited centric. Any ideas on how Tough Nut will build? I have absolutely no clue since there are only 2 blue 6 powers you can run. Yellow. Yellow with Tunic means you get you 3 every 3 turns, or, you know, yellow with the gloves is also usable. Because the idea is you just, say you have 2 and 3 costs, right, as attacks. So this is just a yellow anyway, which then makes Tough Nut hit a yellow. So you're missing 1 for your weapon swing or anything like that, right? For this, you'd pitch 2 yellows, which floats 1, and then gets you Tough Nut. So 3 cost attack are fine with yellow. Granted, again, it takes down defending, but you should be trying to fatigue them out anyway, and then probably get to this point. But this opens up the ability to, play a 1-cost card. So 1 or 2, and then Tough Nut's ability for your third thing. Granted, again, it's awkward because you need the 2 yellows to pitch. But I think there's also plenty of 2 pitch attacks that you want to utilize. And it will probably end up just being, block with 2 cards, and then play a 2-cost off of your yellow. And essentially, if you hit a blue, that's a 6, you then use the gloves, right? And that's the, to me, that's the underlying mechanic for Tough Nut. It's not great, but it'll do, right? So, yeah, you get 6 block, and then you're most likely presenting a 6, right? A 6 with an effect, that could be a 7. And the idea is, not to win off of this, but to fatigue your opponent down, right? Because there are a great number of yellow 6s in the deck that are also 2-cost. So yeah, I think it's aim for 2-cost attacks, take whatever blues you can, and mainly block out. But if you want to rock, then you can get a bit crazier with it, right? And just try and take the the 1-cost buffs, and again go for the awkward, but well, I'm not going to say good. You probably run all the clashes, so you know the top. Yeah. Also, I would think that, right? I mean, before we saw the clash cards, my mentality was he needed weirdly something like Compass. That was just look at the top card of your deck. But yeah, you take the clashes. It gets a bit awkward when you're against Guardian or another Brute, but most other people you should be solid, right? And you just again aim for the 6s because you need the toughness value, and it's block out, play 2, or aim to swing, something like that, right? And you just I guess being in yellow, it gets a little hard, but I still think Tunic's probably better. And the idea is to Tunic weapon swing, so then every 3rd turn you can block out with all 3 cards, and then go into your weapon swing. And Romping Club, no, not Romping Club. What is it, Bone Basher? What are the brute weapons? I want that because I want to look into toughness. Bone Basher, 2 for 4. Well, there you go. Actually, Bone Basher works out better. Because Bone Bash is a weapon you could always swing, right? But we'll take a look at the brute weapons. So, don't think there's a sake for Mandible Claw. Ravenous Meat Axe, maybe? Right? Because it's always draw discard. You'll run through your deck quicker, but then you're swinging for 5 off of a 2. Whereas you won't necessarily have the ability to proc Romping Club. Yeah, I would think Ravenous. Where my mind goes. I'm going to play Rock. I don't necessarily know if you play Rock. With Rock, it could also work, because again, the idea is, every 3 turns. So it's like, God, how do we do this? It's the top of the screen, right? So turn 1, you go block, Tough Nut, and then hopefully a 2-cost yellow, right? Then turn 2, same thing. And then turn 3, you get to triple block. And then you go Tough Nut. And then you can rock. Yeah, there we go. Right? And the idea there is if you ever hit a blue, then it's fine, because you just gloves. So you take all 6s. Yeah, take all 6s, aiming for mostly yellow, right? And this is just the game plan, which is very, very feasible, but I wouldn't necessarily say good if you want to rock. The other option is to, take something like Ravenous Meat Axe, and it's just triple block, 5. Triple block, 5. And I think that's 15 value, right? But you'll run through your deck fairly quickly, so probably not Ravenous. Well, I would assume it ends up his signature weapon. It could be awkward every now and then. He wants to block more, it seems, than what he's capable of. If toughness wasn't a one-off, if it was just the inverse of embodiment of Earth, I would think that was the game plan. But, every now and then your opponent will do something very damning, and you'll have to give your hand, right? And then if you miss one of those cycles in terms of the tunic value, then it's to me it feels like you fall behind. That's at least my thinking if I was going to build him. Not in a meme sense. I mean, I think we had a starting deck for him anyway. But again, yeah, it's just that 3-turn cycle, for me, is what makes the most sense. And you probably don't need Scabsons either, it's probably just something defensive, right? And you probably don't want the red or agility, because I'm going a bit harder with the deck. I mean, the nice thing with, like, Ravenous Meat Axe, you hit Beast Within, then, you get that card to Arsenal, which is kind of nice. No, you don't, because... Yeah, you get a card to Arsenal, which then doesn't impede your next rock turn. And I think getting an Arsenal card, although very, very tricky, is probably something that's really, really good to do. So rather than thinking about the, Fisher card as your extra thing, it's about setup, right? Like Cast Bones would be nice as well. It's definitely workable. I don't think he's balanced in the same way they've attempted Lyeth, right? I think they've penalized him more, not valuing his pitch as bad, right? Because I get the concept. This should be, worth 4 rather than 3, which puts it above that extra card. But the value of not knowing what you're pitching makes it worse. Where are we up to? Alt Switcher. Instant, discard this. Next time you would clash with target hero this turn. Instead, you reveal the top card of their deck, and they reveal the top card of your deck. If you win the clash, they discard a card. So this one's the clash reversal, which is definitely really nice, right? You can line something up, something horrible with Fix the Match, for instance, and then use it. But, in like a gimmicky deck, you could also use this to purposely lose a clash, and then, be a bit more specific with the clash effects you utilize. I mean, God, Miller's Grindstone would be one way, although it'd be, very obvious if you go Miller's Grindstone to set up the old switcheroo, right, in a deck that's purposely built around setup. But it might be worth it, right, because the discard is highly impactful. Rip up their virtues, destroy up to 3 toughness tokens, create a might token for each token destroyed this way. Gain a reversal, so, it's worth a decent chunk of value. Fight dirty. Nope. Revered. Mocking blow. With stacks here, if you have more life than them, the crown boos you. This is another thing too, because I think this is probably a bit easier to trigger, right? Because how to phrase it? Sitting under someone's life and managing it from the winning perspective is the struggle, right? Because if you're winning, you're not incentivized to get below them in terms of life, right? But something like this is a double down if you're in the winning state, right? Because you'll most likely have more life than them because you're in the winning state, right? So definitely nice. Overturn the results. If you had failed to win a clash revealing this, instead you win the clash. And again, because it specifies you have to be the one revealing it, right? So if your opponent reveals it off the old switcheroo, doesn't matter. It's basically a textless card, and it's only the power that matters. Cheap shot. If you've been booed this turn, you may play this as though it were instant. Deal 2 damage to target hero unless they discard a card. Again, these are just such great game-closing cards, right, that your opponent has to always be wary of. And it's an action, so you can cycle it back as well. This and the KO charm definitely seem disgusting. Sadistic Scowl, your next attack this turn gets +5, intimidate target hero. So this card, right, is worth 8, but it should only be worth 6, which is the disgusting point, right? Arrogant Showboating, create a might token for each defending card controlled by an opponent on the combat chain. Create a might token for each defending card controlled by the opponent on the combat chain. Sorry, at the back of my mind, I'm still thinking, how do we make this card obsessive? Excessive? Excessive. Create a might token for each defending card controlled by the opponent on the combat chain. This is probably not worth the no block. Concealed Object, though. When this enters the arena, the crowd boos you. Instant tap, target attack gets +1. At the beginning of your end phase, destroy this. So you play it on your opponent's turn. You get no. How do you get the most value out of this? At the beginning of your end phase, destroy this. So you get 1 turn out of the +1, but you also get the boo. So it's probably a 0-2 in blue, which means it is above rate, technically, which is nice as an item. Plus, the boo effects and the cheer effects definitely seem very, very substantial. Is it worth the no block? Curious. Comes in cold foil though. Might be the first decent cold foil item, right? Aside from the promos, because obviously, processor, great. But God, what was it? Silverwind Shuriken in Dynasty. Was it Dynasty? Whichever set it was in. Bask in your own greatness. When there's attacks, you may power up to 3, create that main money token. So stuff like this, right, to me is better than the Revered stuff because it's cheap, which means you're just chucking whatever extra resources you have into a card like this, right? I wish it was 3 block. Then it would be much easier of a thought to include it. But, still could potentially be really nice because, they both care about... Well, I don't know if KO cares about it so much, but Lyeth obviously really cares about the buffing. Clench the upper hand. When it's attacks or defense, if you have more life than each other hero, crowd boos you. Again, it's a lot easier to utilize in my mind, right? Because again, once you're winning, you maintain the life advantage. Well, that's what you're trying to do. Goon Battery. That, in the context of I don't want to say 21st century because that's not correct. In our era, is quite the name for a card. If you control 3 or more auras, this gets +3, and when this hits a hero, tap them. The blue. So it seems like you want to get to 3, which makes me think Seismic Surge as Lyeth could be interesting. Right, it's an easy way. But then the Seismic Surge doesn't really benefit or factor into any of these. Then they're your blue cards, so you basically have an easier time going from setup to then the Seismic Surge payoff. Then that gets a little bit weird because you have your big attacks. Food for thought. We'll think about it. Goon Beatdown. If you control 3 or more auras, when this hits, the crowd boos you. That sounds exciting. Still good though. And destroy the top card of your deck. That's the worst. Install Fear. When this attacks a hero, intimidate them on a 0. Definitely nice, right? Low Blow. If you've been booed this turn, this gets +3. 1 for potentially 6 is crazy. With 3 block. What's the rationale? Lyeth is on-demand boo, so it's halved anyway, which is still a 5. A 1 for 5, I guess, is fair. Seems pretty nice. Take that. When the combat chain closes, if you didn't hit, the defending hero creates a might token. Yeah, again, they sort of need the big swing stat line to work in these types of effects, right? It's just too easy to get around it. Turn the crowd hateful. When this attacks a revered hero, boos. Go again. I think these cards come in cold foil. The boos and the cheer one. When this enters or leaves the arena, the crowd boos you. At the start of your turn, destroy this. Again, 2 boos is definitely really, really nice. Cruel Ambition. 2 block, create 3 might, go again. Just because of the synergy with other cards, that's definitely really nice. And I like this style of art. Revolting Gesture. Your next attack this turn gets +3, create might token, go again. Your next attack gets +3, create might token, so it's 1 for 4. Again, it's just the usual, there's always some really cool cards in the limited-esque slot, but they get a bit rough because of the block value. God, what can I put on? I'm just gonna get water, because, we're probably like halfway. And then there's still the expansion slot, so that's a lot of talking to be done. So give me a sec, I will be back. There's nothing nice to like leave for you guys to read while we're at it. God, what's a complicated card? Tears or grits, not so mighty. I don't necessarily think there is anything. There you go, this is a long one. Read that. Right. Fear the Iron Song. Really nice looking Dorothea card. We'll get to it shortly. Okay. Villainous Pose is where we're up to. When it stacks, get +4. Next attack this turn gets +4, and the crowd boos you. So yeah, all these are like one stat behind on the plus, but then you get the boo trigger, which is KO. Vigor's really nice. And as Lyeth, it just puts it back on rate. Well, sort of, because it's the delay. Again, I just wish they weren't the 2-block. Then there'd be a lot more feasibility to at least considering them. Oh well. The Mandarin. Do with me. Disdainful Delight. Also, depending if you've been booed this turn, this gets +1. So again, on rate is a yellow, then above rate if you trigger its effect. So yeah, that definitely seems what they're going for with the blocking cards, right? As a conditional above rate or above, again, 4 for red, 3 for yellow, 2 for blue, which is definitely really nice, right? Hopefully it means that, well, actually, the weird part here is they're going to remove defense reactions for Project Blue, right? But then all these blocks are just going to make it... Alright, he wants a Mandarin. Are going to be, again, the same sort of stat value, right? Not so tough. Oh, the gauntlets are shiny. Another card that would be great in Cold Foil, right? Because of the colors. When this depends destroy toughness, if you do create light, Alright. First legendary is the Brute Gauntlets. Gauntlets of Tyrannical Rex. So no. You shouldn't feed your pets. Fruits with well, what fruit? Citrus fruits with seeds because of the cyanide. Very small. 8 pockets. Action, pay 1, tap. Your next attack this turn gets +1. Activate this only if you have a card with 6 or more power in your pitch zone. So they definitely seem like the Tough Nut thing. Because it's just, I don't know, I don't necessarily think you have that many extra resources available as a KO or Rhino. What about new KO? Yeah, maybe it's something you're looking for new KO. Alright, because with his ability, it's easier to overpitch, or definitely pitch a 6. But as Tough Nut, again, the main course here would be as an optional thing when again you do hit the extra thing on your pitch. Because essentially, if you're building Tough Nut, the mentality to me is you have to be conservative, and therefore you have to plan to consistently hit and every now and then overpitch, right? And when you overpitch, this is where the gauntlets would come into play, right? So yeah, it's nice that they're temper 2, but I think the Bonebreaker Apex just has a lot easier of a use case, right? You might get more value out of this, but at the same time, you might not. Again, things have to line up correctly. Reckless Stampede. Whenever a card defends this, clash with the defending hero. When it deals 1 damage to each other hero, each hero may put the revealed card on the bottom of its owner's deck. Now, from memory, you don't control a revealed card, right? So you can't KO it. What's his exact wording? It seems like that should be the go, right? His ability is a very costly I win the clash. Target action card you control has 6, but it has to be on the stack or in the arena to control it. Double check. Player controllers, no control unless on the specified by the rule of effects. Game structure. Player controls attack action on the common train and a triggered layer on the stack. No, that's more just explanation. I'm pretty sure that's a go. Pitching a 6 attack is restricting, so I don't see activate much, but still long-term value. Yeah. For me, the Legendary Gauntlets, I mean, they're meant to be, best, I guess, average scenario equivalent to Bonebreaker, right? Granted, they're worse because you can't really get that extra value block out of it until late game. Otherwise, then they're just worse, right? But I think it's Tough Nut. It's a little bit more reasonable than everyone else. Not overly, but a little bit. Reckless Stampede is really good. It's a card that almost guarantees 3 damage minute. That's what I'm thinking with the new KO is ways to just capitalize on the amount of chip damage you have. But yeah, it can be really, really awkward because the more they stop the damage from this, the more they can take X other damage. And then I also like the fact that you get to put it to the bottom. Granted, it gives them a chance to look for something bigger, but also, gives you a chance to look for something bigger. Everyone can't defend this. So it'd be a 3 and a 4 with the defense react, or one of the new, or some of the blocks, right? But, equipment in a pitch. Or I mean, again, at the end of the game, cards like this just seem phenomenal in KO, right? Because you present this, say they're on, God, what would the scenario be? 2 life, right? That means it demands 2 blocks at the bare minimum. And then it's damned if you do, damned if you don't, right? 3 block, they can get away with it, but it's still the chip damage anyway. So it is really, really nice. If Tunic is the go-to equipment, you can play your 2-cost stack for free with Vigor and Tunic. Yeah, I think Tunic will definitely be the go for Tough Nut. I mean, we were talking about the base plan, right? Which my mentality is, it's a yellow-centric deck, and you're looking for a 2-cost attack, right? The idea is you can block. That's a bad B. At the curve. You can block, and then you can Tough Nut and play your 2-cost. And you do this twice, and then that third turn, you can Tunic the, Rock, for instance. I should cut up, sorry. Show of Strength, when this gets -1 for each card with 6 or more defending it. Also seems really nice, right? Because you can just, take it out in certain matchups. In other matchups, it's big card, right? A 2 for 8 is beautiful. Jones the Alpha, I think this is fine as well because it's still a yellow 6. Be a bit awkward because of the 3, so maybe it's just something for the brute matchup. But again, just the amount of yellow 6s we're getting is going to be really nice. When this stacks brute hero, this gets +2. When this hits a brute hero, they discard a card. If it has 6 or more, you lose a life or lose 2 life. Sorry. So yeah, so potential 3/8 makes it a lot better. But again, it just being a yellow 6 seems nice. Cool. Disturb the Peace. This can't be defended by Guardian Auras. That's very specific to the set. When this hits a Guardian Hero, destroy an aura they control. And it's another one of the pseudo limited super rares. There is a decent chunk of them. Destroy an aura. It's a nice effect. We need more aura destruction. Wish it wasn't Guardian specific. I think if it was. This can't be defended by Guardian Auras is fine, but if this hits a hero, destroy an aura they control, it'd be kind of nicer. Energetic Impact. When this defends together with a card with 6 or more, create a Vigor token. Beautiful for Tough Nut. What you really want. Shame it's only a 5 though. I mean, I think KO is profiting the most off of this, right? They want to keep around this stat line, and then middle KO, heavy hitters KO, turns them all back on, which is nice. Smashing Ground, if this has 6 or more. Actually, I guess the scenario is, with the blues, if you Tough Nut them, you don't get the toughness, but then at least you get the 3 pitch. Which again, goes back to his ability being fair, not great. Because the idea is you're aiming for 3 value out of it. Right? 1 from the toughness, 2 from a yellow. That's a 6, greater, right? And so when you hit a blue, you shouldn't hit a 6. Which I think is the wrong mentality to have, because he's being a 3 intellect hero with less agency. He kind of needs the extra value, right? We didn't read this. If this has 6 or more, it gets when this hits a hero destroy card in their arsenal. Beautiful card, right? As easy as just 1 might, but has the capability to be so much more damning. Smash with a big rock. Cards defending this can't gain block. It's a nice shot down to some of the other effects we've seen throughout the set. I left him 3 rocks and he chose the biggest one. My brute sand is the grants a master weaponsmith. Interesting. Song of Sinu, reveal the top 4 cards of your deck. Next attack turn gets plus X, where X is the number of cards with 6 or more. Reveal this way, put them back in any order. So yeah, that's something you can keep in your hand to clear, and then go for your weapon swing. It's definitely really nice. Waiting for the stacking songs to do new cast bone turns. Check the deck before you play cast. Yeah, that's actually really nice. Problem is because they don't overlap, because it's 4 to 6. So you can just, you know whether or not cast bones is usable, but, you know, you don't know if it's completely, right? And you're getting that agility. But still, really nice. It'll be interesting to see what makes, like, the final card of a proper Tough Nut deck, right? What utility is worth, not trying to get the toughness. Strongest survive. The strongest survive? Strongest survive. When this hits a hero, they discard a card unless they reveal a card from their hand with greater than the damage dealt this way. So that's very interesting card. That's very, very good in certain matchups. Yeah, the Mystic Shaman Brute eventually coming when we finally get Savage Lands. Doesn't feel like we will get Savage Lands for a while. Feels like this is pretty close to it. So yeah, I mean, nice big Brute again. You can take the yellow, and the effect can be damning. So you know it does matter about the block. One day, not really. Vigorous Roar. Your next attack this turn gets +3. If there is a card with 6 or more in your pitch zone, create a Vigor token. So this is the type of effect I want to, you know, gamble with when it comes to Rock. But, you know, it being a red is probably egregious. I feel like this could have been a yellow, give it 3, and then make it a +2, and you'd be happy. But, unfortunately, the 2 block is a bit bad. Visit the Boneyard, however, is good. Right? Put a card with 6 or more from your graveyard to your deck. Allows you to tutor specifically what you want, which is fantastic. Especially in, you know, scenarios where you have, like, floating resources, 1 card left to play, let's draw and discard. And this, that's great, right? Otherwise, it's just a blue pitchable anyway. And then you get the vigor out of it to top it off. So this is definitely really, really standout card. Was this one of the cold foils? I can't remember. Let's see. Yeah, that's a good perspective. It's a better nimbleism. Where there? I don't think this was. Nah, it's a rainbow foil, not EA. Granted, you know, it doesn't have much on EA, but the bones and cold foil I think would have been really cool. Maybe it'll show up as a promo. Hey Sam, yeah, one day. So, you know, this is basically heavy hitters, Savage Lands sprinkled in, right? 0 for +3 is definitely nice. You tough nut, you have a 6, you get a vigor. So it's a 0/4. I guess that definitely makes up for the 2 block. Asking for trouble. When this defends, create a vigor token under the attacking hero's control. I mean, it's an above rate block, right? In base, because it's a 4, but you give them a vigor. I guess as a KO, you block and steal would be really nice. And you have essentially 2 turns, so it can either be, you know, an instant steal or an attack to steal. That's probably nice enough, because again, it's 4 block. What is KOs? Does blocking play around poppers? No. Target attack action cards you control have 6 base. Imagine if this was just target card you control, and you could make any block into a popper. I think that would probably shit on Prism too much. Bash Guardian. They have a lot of Guardian hate. If this is defended by Guardian cards, it gets +1 when this hits a Guardian hero. Is this the same thing, just different? Which one was it? Disturb the Peace. Yeah, it's the same thing but different. So they really want the suspect stuff to have a counter. Well, at least in limited, I suppose. It's defended by Guardian card, so any card gets +1. Familiar Stench. When 1 or more brute cards defend this, create a bigger token. That's interesting. There's some really good stuff for limited, right? Limited definitely seems fun, even without the weapons. I don't know if it's like dialed up enough though, right? It almost feels like without the weapons, they could have done fair stats on everything, and then it would have been a crazy set. That even the commons and rares had a lot more usability. Buck Wild, if there's a card with 6 or more in your pitch zone, this gets go again. So that's what we want to see, right? That is a great filler card for Tough Nut, right? So maybe the yellow does see play. Is there any scenario where you can get to enough resources, though? Because the awkwardness is... No, because you pitch into this and then you Tough Nut for your weapon anyway. Yeah. Yeah, so this on like a Tunic turn would be nice. Flex Speed, oh, beautiful. If it has 6 or more, it gets go again. So KO loves this. I'll have to thumb through and see if there's enough go again for just aggro KO. Because without Berserk, it dropped down, but there might be enough go again from this set that it's back, right? This is exactly what you want. Because you have the Might token from your discard, your opener, the 1 cost, doesn't discard. Yeah. I suppose the only issue would be when you have like agility and it eats both. Or you use something else and that eats the Might for this. Like strength, if this has 6 or more, it gets +3, but it doesn't sound as a 5. That's sad. Because I guess the +3. 2 for 7 is just okay, right? That's average-ish when it doesn't have any other text. Given peace of mind, when the combat chain closes, if this didn't hit, the defending hero creates a bigger token. We're getting closer to the swing big, but unfortunately 2 block. High pitch tail, when this attacks, if there's a card with 6 or more pitch, create a vigor. Again, really nice, right? We can't take the yellow. And it's probably not worth taking the red. No, it wasn't. Well, there was one, wasn't there, that created vigor? Maybe I'm confused. No, that was go again. But it is a 3 block as well, which is nice. I don't think the red's worth. Rough up. If there's a card with 6 or more in your pitch zone, this gets +1. So again, 2 for 7. At least they're giving them the 3 block. Feels like they have more common 3 blocks than Guardian. I suppose we haven't actually gone to the Guardian stuff yet. Guardian stuff. Unexpected backhand. When you win a clash, revealing the steal 1 damage to each other hero. Yeah, chip damage KO is definitely thinking where my mind goes. And you can take up to blue and KO. Brute is definitely doing pretty well from this set. It's a shame you have to share it with Guardian. A Vigorous Smash Up. When this defends clash with the attacking hero, then when it creates a Vigor token, you may put your revealed card on the bottom. So yeah, so stuff like this for Tough Nut to be able to find the correct card. So, you take it in yellow, because it's still a 6, it's still a 3 block, and it, defends. Where the clash triggers on defend. Record Rob and Wind Up. The only 2 blue 6 stacks, so depend on a lot of yellows. I definitely think yellow Tough Nut is the go. But there are, again, a lot of 5s for KO, right? KO can take Buck Wild. Yeah. And then you have like Run Roughshod, you have Smashing Ground. Maybe you're right, maybe it's too expensive. I mean, what we can do is go cards. We're specifically looking for blue 5s. Legal in. I mean, KO should be fine, right? Either KO. You have stuff like Fearless Confrontation too now. I suppose we also want to weed out anything that doesn't block 3. Although Battlefield Bastion's probably fine. Right? So, what do you care about? That. Smashing Ground. I mean, the new stuff might be fine. I think Savage Swing was fine, right? And Run Roughshod. And maybe not Reincarnate. Maybe Fearless? Well, it feels like Heavy Hitters KO is definitely doing alright this set. And where are we up to? Bark Obscenities? Your next attack that targets a Guardian, gets +4. Right. Iron Fist Revelations. So personally, because of all the suspense stuff, I do think this is way more significant. The attention grabbers. Ooh, went too far. But it should still be good in Bravo. Which is interesting, because, you know, old Bravo goes, and then they just add old to the new Bravo. This then goes back to being bad. Right? Because I don't think there's any world where you'd rather trigger this than be able to trigger the new Bravo's ability, right? When it spends, you may turn a face-down card with Crush in your arsenal face-up if you do put a +1. I feel like they should have just read you may turn a face-down Guardian card in your arsenal face-up, and that would have been more significant. So I think just Iron Will is way more significant than this. At least it's temper 2. I mean, if this type of effect was on boots, would that matter? Yeah, I think that would make it great, right? If this was just boots instead of arms, that'd be exactly what you want. Granted, the +1, gets a little confusing because it's not really the boot slot thing. But still, we have the boots that give dominate, so +1. It's fine. No tall tales. If this out the small tower, make it big. If this has greater than its base, it gets +1, right? So remember, its new base is whatever Lyeth sets it to, right? So it only has to hit 3 to get a +1 anyway from Lyeth. Tower, if this has 13 or more, it gets when this hits hero cards they own, lose, and can't gain go again during the next action phase. So Tower is, to me, way better than Crush, right? Because, again, it's just about landing any damage. And obviously, if you're getting a card to 13, you're probably landing some damage, right? Either way, you get the effects, or your opponent just is down a turn. And I think that's fine, because you eat through equipment, and then you'll eventually just eat through their whole hand. In the palm of your hands, definitely stand out to me. Was this in cold foil? Let's see. Ah, beautiful. 272, so that should be all of them, right? Including the ones that were missing. I think it was just this set, the Primer Crowd. Which means I can also dig through and we can find all the cold foils, right? Where is in the palms? So yeah, I'd highly assume that all the common stuff comes in cold foil. Sad to see. This is not extended art. Oh well. Is there a promo somewhere? I feel like it'll end up being a promo somewhere. Oh, this would be gorgeous in cold foil. As much as there is very contrasting art, right? You have like the softer designs and more cartoonish. I do like the mix of it. Definitely really nice. There's some standout from all the like sort of different facets. And I'm still going to use this because I can zoom in on the card a little bit easier. Oh, we didn't actually talk about it, right? So draw a card when it enters, draw a card when it leaves. So off of a blue, you're just cycling something and gaining a resource, right? So basically maintaining your hand and pitching a red, right? And then in one turn is Pleiades, because you can remove the counter, you get a card, and 2 turns for every other Guardian, you get a card. So, but overall, because it also has the 3 block as an instant, definitely worth it, I think, for every single Guardian, most likely, to play, right? Because that's just how good draw is in Fab, no? Cut a long story short, if this has greater than space, it gets +1. Tower, if this has 13 or more, when this hits hero, they discard their hand, their whole hand. Oh, God. This and leave a dent as a Velda is probably something to look into, right? Any way to give this dominate is going to be disgusting. This stuff in some of the UPF heroes is definitely really nice too. Cut off their knees. 13 or more, when this hits, destroy the top 3 cards of the deck. Yeah, that one's somewhat of a miss. When this hits hero, destroy all auras they control. That's a bit better, right? Especially because it's all auras, not just aura tokens. Hungry for more, when this leaves the arena, gain +3. So this is a bit more balanced since it's not both facets, right? So you pay 1 to get a sigil in 2 turns, right? So I think this is more just a Pleiades card because again, you want to move counters to the static effects that seem really, really nice, right? Still feel fatiguing though, it's kind of nice. Turn ahead, when this leaves the arena, tap target brute hero. They don't untap during the next end phase. Too limited specific, but very nice looking. When this leaves the arena, you may destroy an aura permanent that a guardian hero controls. Now, that is useful because you can trigger your own, right? You can destroy your own auras, your own suspense auras, and get the leave effect, which is definitely nice, right? Is it good enough to run? It's still a blue 3 block, so probably, weirdly enough, right? Is this whether or not you'll have enough things you want to trigger at once? Because as Pleiades, right, you move a counter from this to something static, the next turn it triggers, you're hitting something else anyway. So the scenario there is you could have just Pleiades that's something else anyway. But it would be much, oh god. The scenario where it shines to me is when there's certain things you want to line up. You want to skip the turn delay because you can only Pleiades once, right? Full of bravado, when this attacks or defends, if you control an aura suspense, create a confidence token. Definitely going to shine in limited. Story beats. Suspense should have been a Bard mechanic. It's such good design if it was for Bard, right? As in thematic, I mean. It still works in Guardian, mainly because of Pleiades, but it's a bit weird with the other ones. Like, I don't know, maybe if it was called something else, like, retaliate? No. Preemptive? No. It plays in the tactical sense, right? Block, swing, right? But yeah, the design they've gone with it here, especially all the musical elements, definitely makes me think Bard more. With stack suspense, you may put a suspense counter or remove so you can only pick one of the two options, or remove one from an aura suspense control. So you can either slow down or speed up, right? Which again, controlling the tempo of the music, right? Bash brutes, limited-esque. Defended by brute card gets +1. Again, if these I would have liked them if the like the plus and stuff was functional for limited, and then the effect was functional across the board. Because they are really nice effects, and we do need more aura interaction disruption. Familiar story, when one or more Guardian cards defend this, create a confidence token. Power play, if this was played from Arsenal, it gets +5. Wow. So it makes it a 3/7 in life. Probably still not worth it, unfortunately. Shoot your mouth off. When the combat chain closes, if this didn't hit, the defending hero creates a confidence token. So this is what we want, right? Swing big for Guardian. Fortunately, again, the 2 block weighs it down. Short Drift. Short Drift. Crush. Dead. Another discard Crush, though. If this is greater than its base, it gets +1. When this deals 4 or more damage to a hero, they discard a card. Yeah. Might definitely has access to a lot of good disruption, right? Because it's just, his Might token puts this to a 4, so it's fine. Granted, again, it's Crush, so awkward. But maybe Confidence is enough, right? And some of the other ways to buff. Another Crush, destroy auras. Discard is always the thing to go with, and then Arsenal. Art of Glory, Suspense. When this leaves the arena, your next attack this turn gets +6. So a nice big stack up. Is it on rate? God. I should really write these down to remember them. So 0 is a 3. Wait 1 turn makes it a 4. Wait 2 turns is a 5. This is essentially wait 2 turns, and it's a 4 cost. So this is way under, right? Because it should be a 9. A 9, like Towering Tide. Well, no. Towering Titan is 3 cards, 2 cards. I guess the convenience side of it, plus it being an instant, weighs it down. It does feel like it's a little bit under. Dramatic Pause. Target defending action card gets +3. This chain link. When this enters your arena, target defending action card gets. So again, this stuff should work with the new, if it has 6 block, does something cards, right? According to the at least the way we interpreted the rules. Where is it? The Super Slam release notes. I think I'm closed. No, here. Edge of their seats. When this leaves, your next attack, same thing as Art of Glory. Same with, there's one more tension, right? I feel like they're kind of understated. The values, though, are nice, right? Because For me, Guardian has just always sat in 4 and 2, 4 and 2, 4 and 2 with the majority of their things. So having more flexibility is definitely nice. Spencer's killing me. So these 3 common auras I think are actually really nice, right? So as long as this is in the arena, your first attack each turn gets +1. So the idea as Pleiades is to preserve this. This is what you're trying to hit with your tokens, and it's something your opponent then wants to deal with, which is definitely really, really nice, right? The one that I really like is probably the Goblin guy. One, because the EA looks really cool. And, it's just prevention for both your turn and their turn, which is really nice, right? And then we have what happened next as reduction, which is definitely good for, fatiguing defense reactions, but this just static, 1 prevention throughout the course of the game, crazy, is in my opinion the best card for New Guardian. Really? The first card with cost 1 or more you play each turn costs 1 less to play. There are crazy numbers with the card. Send you a list. Yeah, sure, thank you. I mean, I get that, over the course of the game, this can lead to so many resources. But I'm just trying to think how significant the 1 is, right? I mean, I suppose, God, is there a way to... There's no real way to get 2 of them to stick, is there? To juggle them? Not for, like, a prolonged time. But yeah, being a 0 cost is very interesting. Because it works straight away. Well, no, first card you play. Yeah, no, it does, right? Because this is not the first card in a turn. It's the first card with 1 cost in a turn. So you can play this, and then you can still play a 1 cost card. 1 or more cost card, and have it discounted. So it is active the first turn you play it as well. Which is definitely disgusting. But it's also play, not activate. I mean, for fatigue with like Sledge, it would be insane. We will double check that, I suppose. It shouldn't work with activated, right? Generates continuous effects. If what happens enters the arena after you played it costs 1 more, you are not retroactive again. It doesn't say. Thanks, Pockets. Don't actually think I've been on Discord in a while. Like so much so that I do not know. Yeah, God. Oh. I do have you on Discord, don't I, Pockets? I mean, I must if you sent me a message. I don't know, or you want me to give my Discord. What is this? Oh. God. 1846 is what I have to remember. Oh no, you sent me a message. Cool. Thank you. I will definitely check that. But yeah, all 3 of them to me seem like utter insanity. They represent so much value, especially with Pleiades' ability. Like it's kind of weird to me that they created the prolonged effects. But at the same time, they're the standout commons you want to hit as cold for, which is also really, really nice. Well, I will look at the cold falls afterwards. Sits. When this defends a brood sack, this gets +3. Again, 5 blocking red. So it does seem like, yeah, they're going to try and make sure the counterpoint for blocks over defense reactions is the highest stat line. Cutting Retort. When this attacks a hero, you may pay up to 3 to destroy that many aura tokens with different names they control. If you do, this gets +1 for each aura destroyed this way. I'm very curious what the rationale was for them to cap this, right? Rather than just destroy up to 3 aura tokens. Because the tokens itself is limiting, and I think clearing a stack would be nice. I suppose it's like then the bully card against Fang, and Fang suffers immensely for it. But still, taking down one fealty is kind of nice. But it would have been nice to, clear a bigger stack, especially when it comes to other cards, like Rune Chant or something like that. Overcrowded, Ambush, when the stacks defends, it gets +1 for each. It gets +1 in either category for each different name among aura tokens in the arena. So, yeah. Coax of Fealty, it's a 2-block, it's a 4-block blue, right? Which is the main rationale for it. I don't think you ever really care about it offensively, because it can't really get big enough. You can definitely juice up its block, right? Again, as Guardian. Get confidence. What else? Confidence, vigor, and seismic surge. And then it's a 5-block blue, which is definitely really cool. So this is the promo, one of the promos, right? So this is definitely also a really nice promo. Or not? Is that correct? I don't remember seeing it as the extended art. I remember it's the season promo, is it not? Overcrowded. Yeah, it's the progress promo, right? So this will definitely be a really great promo to get. Kick the Hornet's Nest. When an opponent's effect puts this into your graveyard from anywhere, create a confidence, might, toughness, and vigor. I personally like this more than the heavy hitters one, even though that gives agility, just because again, it's a yellow 6, right? I think Brute cares about this most. Unwavering Resolve. If you have no cards in your deck, this gets +4. If it's defended by 3 or more cards, it gets Go Again. If you have no cards in your deck, this gets +4. Yeah. Yeah, overcrowded. I mean, what? It's basically always 4 into Fang because of the Vigor and Fealty. And then you throw in one other that you generate. And there's so many heroes that can get this to high block. Well, to get at least a 4-block. Regardless. So overcrowded is definitely one of the top cards of the set. I think there's a lot of stuff functionally that's really, really good. I mean, Ambush in itself, we sort of want it back. It feels like defense reactions should be mainly for their effect, more so than just static block. Block cards should be static block, and just ways to increase their block. And then Ambush should be, very versatile cards, but a bit more fringe. No cards in your deck, this gets +4. Guess this is just for limited fun? Spend by 3 or more cards, it gets Go Again. I don't think that's too great. Also a CNC bait card, yeah. You can just throw it out. But there's plenty of instants in this set as well, right? Beat the same drum. If you control an agility token this turn, create one. Same for confidence, might, toughness, and vigor. So all 5. So potentially some really good value out of this. Oh, God. I suppose that's one way to try and close out the game. The problem is, it's not. It doesn't feel like it. It's very fringe if it would win you a game. Expense slot wise, I think most of the gas is chilling in there, but overcrowded is easily the best generic in the set, minus Warmongers. The expense slot as well feels like they have the least misses. Are there any misses? I guess the Marlin card till she's better, Max card till he's better, right? But even then, that's the thought. Whereas, escalating bloodshed from the Hunted was just great miss. Thoughts on the new Max card? We are almost there, sort of. I don't think it does enough yet either. But that's my overall thoughts so far. I mean, we'll read it and we'll think about it a little bit more. Time flies when you're having fun. The next time an attack action card hits a hero this turn, you may destroy an aura they control. If this was played from Arsenal, the next attack action card you play this turn gets +3. The next time an attack action card hits a hero this turn, you may destroy an aura they control. God. It's another one where if they just gave it 3 block, it would be situationally good. We want aura destruction. But what was the one from Everfest? Smashing time or something like that, right? Granted, item destruction is not as impactful as what aura will be, aura destruction will be. Yeah, for rangers, it's nice. It's always just sad though when there's, you know, something that's kind of functionally necessary, and then they just give it that little weak point. Yeah, the overall the max card makes is an attempt to make up for high octane, which is not the greatest way to go about it. Uh, Bluster buff. When this attacks, if it has, it gets -1 unless you pay 1. So it's a 2 cost 6, unless it's 2 cost 6 or a 1 cost 5. So it's just on rate. Chest buff. When this attacks, it gets the same thing. So these are just on rate. Wait, I didn't see that card. Oh, the aura destruction one. Must mean this. This. Punch above your weights. When it's attacks, you may pay 3. If you do, it gets +5. 3 for 7. So again, on rates. Oh, the lizard being a flexible attack. It is nice, right? In the sense that, you know, I think like in Line Strike. Right? So it's a 2-card 7 if you want. Which I guess does make it okay. No, sorry, it's a 2-card 6. Now I'm back to thinking that's not great. Right? Because this is still a 2-card 7. I suppose that's 3 block. Once off mention for the 1 cost 6 is that actually says 2 cost 6. It's interesting. Yeah. Yeah, it's not actually 2 cost, and you can hit it with any of the 1 or less. Which is something to rationalize for like Lyeth. Granted, this is probably not the best one for Lyeth. Something like this is, right? Because you can pay buff it, but then it's still a 0 for all the reacts. And oh yeah, it is a popper. Alright, you're talking me around to it. I mean, I like the art. Oh god. They were doing so well. Oh well. Right behind you. When this defends together with another card from hand, it gets +1, and you may look at the top card of your deck, you may put it to the bottom. So it's just fair value for a double block. Feels like it should be a 3 to a 4. Prime the Crowns, next attack action card you play this turn gets +4. See, this is a type of effect where it's something for just the scenario, right? So if you're in the mirror match, or sorry, if you're in the Super Slam match, both effects resolve, right? And you get your cheer, they get their boo, or you both get a cheer, you both get a boo, etc. But then in a normal match, it's a +4 that then is a boo or a cheer, depending on what you want. Yeah, punching above your weight. Best basic 2-card 6 we've seen printed. Yeah. What if it was a 0-3 and a +4? But it's still good as it is. Because it's still the same for life, regardless, right? Because it goes to a 1. If it was a 3, it would go down to a 2. So it's still a -1. The 3 missing cards. Oh, no, that's not the new one. This is a new one. Wait. Now I'm confused. This is 236. What's the gap here? 239 to 242. Is that gap meant to be there? And this is 243. So there's still a section of cards missing? Are they the tokens? Alright, that makes sense. Where I saw there was a Marvel Confidence, right? Where? Was it part of the set? Because I know Pleiades is one of the missing 2 Marvels. But I don't know what the other missing Marvel was. Was it the Confidence token? Anyway, so they're the tokens. And then the expansion slot. So I like this art more than the other flick knives, to be honest. That's cool. It means I wouldn't hate pulling this. I think the New Horizon, I still like the old art, though. We'll get the reprints out of the way. That's probably the easiest way. So Flick Knives, reprint 1. New Horizon, reprint 2. And Warmongers. Oh, and Snag, I suppose. Snag will only be in normal. Warmongers, we want to see if it's in cold foil. Yeah, so Warmongers comes in rainbow foil and cold foil. Do I want to tuck them? I do kind of want to tuck the cold foils away. Whereas, so Flick Knives and New Horizon will just be normal, or can they have a rainbow foil? Flick Knives. Okay, right, so normal and rainbow foil. Rainbow foil EA. Oh, good. That's gorgeous. Yeah, I really like this Flick Knives, and it matches Syndra better. And Super Slam also EA. We need more. We need some snags. I have plenty of snags. I don't want more snags. Wasn't snag in one of the judge packs? And snag comes as just normal, not even rainbow foil. So legendary wines, you can get Warmongers and the other two. I already forgot they were. Tyrannical Rex and Revelations. God, it's not good that they're not that memorable. So you can get the two Insect Gauntlets or Warmongers as the Cult 4 legendaries, or you can get New Horizon, Flick Knives as EA Rainbow Foil, then those three as Rainbow Foil, and then Flick Knives and New Horizon as non-Rainbow Foil. And the reprint policy from memory, right, is gold foils can't be unless they're a promo first, then they can be in a set, and then rainbow foils can be if they're different art, right? That's the go. So yeah, there's still some nice stuff to hit, right? The reprints are definitely nice. Flick is still pretty high. I think New Horizon probably tapered off a bit because it wasn't as significant, but still nice. And they're definitely legendaries that we need more copies of. And then along with that, there's also the Plow and Felling, which is great to see. These cards should not be as expensive as they are as a talent card, right? And then Snag. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Nah, go this way. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Oh, legendary shouldn't count. Sorry, I'm trying to count out the short printing for the expansion slot because at some point I do want to figure out or look at the rates. Codex was Rainbow Foil and normal, right? But not anything fancy. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. That doesn't really count because it's in the token slot. 6, 7, 8, 9. So there's 9 of the expansion slots will be short printed. Effectively making them 3 cards, right? In terms of value, in terms of pull rate value. So 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22. So there's 22 majestic expansion slot cards, if that makes sense, right? The math here is there is the non-foil. There is essentially equivalent to a card pool of 22 in terms of finding playsets, right? If that makes sense. Because you'll get one of these for every 3 of the other cards, yeah? For the rainbow foils, though, it is nice because these are excluded. Snag is excluded. I would assume the plows and fellings are excluded. I'm just making a mess now, right? These are excluded as well. They only come as cold foil. So even though the expansion slot is bigger, it should be all right to pull, right? Because it's 1 in 6. So it's effectively better than what it was, right? Because it was like 12, 13, something like that. So despite being larger, because my big worry about the set was that the regardless of the pull rate, it was the size of the pool that was going to make it awful to collect and pull. So because there's all these other factors that reduce the value of the pool, so to speak, in terms of getting your playsets, the expansion slots shouldn't be, like bright lights, where it's not that they're scarcer, people just open less of bright lights, right? So the hope here is that Failing and Plow, for instance, do their job, act as good reprints, and then everything else, there's nothing too significant, because this is by far, I would say, their strongest expansion slot list, right? From any set to date. Like, everyone, if you play X hero that this card is designed for, you want this, right? There's nothing that's a super big miss. So it being great to get and obtainable in a reasonable amount of boxes is what we want overall. Full rate is slightly reduced for non-fall due to the percentage chance, but the rainbow foil is a challenge. Yes, but I always separate the two, right? Because rainbow foils, at least by how they've declared them, are combined at 1 in 18, or they were 1 in 18, right? But then the non-foils, you have the separate slots, right? You have Majestics and you have the expansion slot Majestics as two different rates. So they declare the combined. You can work out the Majestics, right, by reverse engineering the rares. Though I still, they didn't give us like the Mastery Guardian pack pulls, right? Which makes me think they're going to be a bit more restrictive with it and only promote it if it's something favorable. Like, for instance, them saying, "Oh, expansion slots are now 1 in 6." Right? Does that make sense? Anyway, card wise, Hunt or Hunted, contract, defend, bonds, great, right? I'm pretty sure this one's been talked to death. When it's defense named card, the attacking hero reveals the top card of their deck. If it's a named card, banish it, search their hand, deck, and arsenal for up to 3 cards with that name and banish them. So potentially 4 cards get rid of. And, that's great for the color schemes. And then even better if you do hit something in their arsenal or hand, which can definitely happen. As OG Arachne, you get to look at the top card of their deck, right? Because it has contract, which is what you want. For everyone else, it's still a blind 4 block in blue, though. Granted, it's 3 cost. I mean, the worst case scenario is you get to see their hand and arsenal, and you remove maybe up to 4 cards from their deck, right? So, yeah. Obviously meant for OG Arachne, but maybe it's too expensive as a safe play in every other assassin. It's just when it does land as any other assassin, boy, will it be damning. Tempest Palm Gustwave, so another Gustwave card, beautiful, 0 cost as well. Funny idea, 2 cards blocking for 4, and you make probably 3 silver. That's 2 cards blocking for 4. That again could be, potentially yoinking. Even if it yoinks 1 card, then you're back to being good. Card's really good and decently good, but with Bonds banned, it's the only Bonds effect for now. Plus, New abuses it so hard. Okay. So, if Surging Strike was the last attack, this combo chain, this gets +2. If this played at chain link 3 or higher, this gets go again. So, I think just because it's another Gustwave card alone, right, that makes this really good. The go again's easy enough to trigger. 2 daggers, 1 attack, done, right? So, yeah. I think also the fact that it's separate, you don't need the +2, it's just your Gustwave card for your next attack with go again is really nice. I mean, the base Gustwaves are 1, 2 cost? Uh, 1 cost, 0 cost, 0 cost. No, so 0 cost, but again, the go again's tied to the combo effect. This one's good because the go again's not. Yeah. So it's just another set of Gustwave for everything else. And again, the go again being disjointed, plus it being a yellow makes it nice, right? A yellow 0 into your dagger swings, right? I don't play Katsu enough. Although I've dabbled in Ninja, I've never touched Katsu. Okay. The Olympia sets and Cheyenne sets until we get more payoff effects for Olympia. So it's a nice amount of block. It's an okay effect, but there's just nothing to really do with it, right? Aside from just getting more equipment, which is just then wasteful of slots, so to speak. And you lose out on, well, it depends how you build Olympia, but for instance, you lose out on Olympia. Yeah. You lose out on, for instance, like Grains of Blood Spill, where you're constantly getting that value by taking this, because you block with this, sure, you get the value there, but then you're bent on finding your visit, right, to utilize it. But in Cheyenne, oh god, definitely my new Blitz deck, which is great because I think Blitz is in 2 weeks for my local. So we'll be looking to pull these one way or the other, and then blinging out Cheyenne to have just a whole heap of block to then go into Arc Lightning, Visit, something, 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 right? Beast of the Iron Song. Choose X plus 1, where X is the number of plus counters on attacking Dawnblade. So how many modes in total? There's 4. So with 3 counters, you get everything. Target Dawnblade attack gets +1. Target Dawnblade attack gets go again. Cards defending target Dawnblade can't gain defense. And damage target Dawnblade attack would deal can't be prevented. All on a nice 0-cost blue 3-block, right? This is like the standard of card we want. Warrior did half okay. Well, technically a third okay, right? Again, it's a weird thing because these are not, right? These are not bad. It's just that there's nothing for them yet. If we get better gold payoff, then they're great. So yeah, weak link of the expanse slot, but not necessarily bad by any means. I'm not surprised by Alpha Mole. That is such a useful good buff for Klloo. Getting 3 more block does make does blah, blah, blah. This is what we're talking about. Getting 3 more block does wonders. But it's also, God, they don't work for Fabricate, but you can swap them around and then still fabricate something, right? Ooh. God. Because Fabricate is Proto, not base. Yeah. Because equipment disruption is definitely feels bad. They still need sort of some mid-range Evo cards, right? Because it's kind of all or nothing. Get all your Evos equipped and then profit. Anyway, we're on this. What was the first impression of Cheeto? He is just he's like, get your opponent to 10 and win, right? Because you have all the different ways to chip. You have his 3 charms, you have the 3 keep shots, then you have 3 of the new Clash card as well. I think that would probably be my go, is just build him as a way to, win from X life left instead. Because either way, either you learn the effects or you dismantle your opponent's hand and then you're getting something across. I mean, there's so many of those awkward situations where it's, attack and from the opponent's perspective, it's either I could pay to make it a 6 base, right? Which, is probably getting some level of plus, maybe, depending on the card. Or what if I'm holding a cheap shot? What if I'm holding a X, Y, Z, right? And then they block out, and then cheap shot comes afterwards, or, it's the instant, and again, same sort of scenario. So you'll definitely benefit from the flexibility of those cards, right? It's almost weird to me that they've made them 2 damage, not 1 damage, 1 damage pings. But yeah, I'll definitely take a crack at seeing what we can do with him. Let alone just the amount of extra damage you could chip. But there's also a lot of the really cool cheap stuff that you could, turn to a 6 and maybe do something with. It'll be interesting to see how much he draws from just Brute, and then how much he draws from Reviled low attack shenanigans. Because I just, yeah, if you're doing something low, then there's always that looming threat of I could make it a 6. And that's the scary thing. To me, at least. Alright, so Beat the Iron Song. It's good. It's great, even, right? Done. Same with Bloodfaller's Blade. Again, I don't play a lot of Warrior, but both of them. If you see a card with Go Again for Warrior, I'm pretty sure that's like the bare minimum to make it great, right? So both of these giving the attack Go Again as a 0 cost. Nice enough. And then you get the extra stuff on top of that. Fun fact, you can equip Adaptive in the opponent's equipment zone. Really? Equip to another equipment. Oh yeah, equip to another equipment zone. Do the others? No. Oh God, what do they say? What do I do? Modular. They all have modular. Equip to another equipment zone. Oh, they do all say equip to another equipment zone. Oh, they're all called adaptive as well. Yeah, but, you know, the big thing being battle-worn base, right? It's a shame because this had potential, but it did not synergize with anything going on in the set, right? Which is just weird. Like, if this was Proto, maybe. Right? Or, again, the main thing was if it was base. And then this came, and then at least it was AB, but now we have the actual physical version, right? So battle-worn is fantastic. But both of them are not the legendary. And the extended art for this also looks pretty cool. I wonder if we'll get to the point of actually getting this stuff, right? Because this doesn't look like any of the Evo sets we have currently. Do any of them? Can I think I closed. No, beautiful. This one looks like the Steel Soul. Not yeah, Steel Soul, right? Does it look like Steel Soul? I'm going off the chest piece. Yeah. Oh, the mech monkey. I mean, companions. I wouldn't mind seeing as a mech thing. Backspin thrust. Right. Once per turn instant, untap a cog you control. This gets +1 or Go Again. So you have to have a cog tapped in order to use this, but I think that's fine, right? So yeah, it's just another filler form that then gets you a cog back to use for something else. I think it's just a good filler card, right? With the right level of situational usefulness, situational conditionalness, right? Is probably the wording we're going for there. Hit the gas. Max spec. Turn any number of hyperdrivers in your back zone face down and gain that many action points. If 3 or more cards are turned face down this way, draw a card. All the wording on this, for me to love it, would be... get rid of that. Get rid of that. And what? I guess move is the correct word. I can't write small, though. But you know it's move because I'm saying it's move, right? Move any number of hyperdrivers in your bash zone, and then this should be to grave. Right? I don't know how you make that work thematically, but that's what he needed. And then same sort of effect. If it's 3 or more, you gain, you draw a card. You gain the action points. Right? And that way it turns on other effects, and you have the complete cycle of what you want to do with Max. Right? That is how you get the true value out of the hyperdriver brick in your deck. Right? Is being able to cycle it back through. But instead, it is just, most likely banish zone, face down, done. Right? Or get to the graveyard, then banish it, face down. Right? And it's too chaotic. Things are better as a loop, rather than competing with one another. Backspin is a good filler card. People locally call me a downplay, and I say I have to have Sky Sim or Red to make it good. I mean, what other ways it synergize? I mean, again, for me, it's just the main thing that it makes one cog playable, right? Or yeah, one cog playable because you go X card, tap one cog, this card, untap, then weapon, done, right? It reduces how many cogs you need to get to by one when you find it, right? And it should be conditional. It shouldn't be puffing one less cog all the time. It should be this level of card, right? But yeah, so hit the gas. It's okay. It's not great. Gets him back some action points. It's good for your big mech, but yeah. I mean, God. It's like they needed the payoff switched because his payoff is, more achievable than Klloo's, but he wants the tankiness of Klloo, right? But again, it's not that it's bad, it's just not good enough. Or add in your banish zone or under. Yeah, for Hyper X3. Or just, again, to that trade-off. You can't use them for... No, because you'd still be able to... You'd still be able to use them if they were under Mechanoid, right? Because face down, they're still there. They just don't act as anything. So Mechanoid should just say banish a card underneath. It doesn't say banish a specific card. Yeah, it says banish a card underneath, right? So that should be fine if they were turned face down under Mechanoid. And even that would be the better synergy. So yeah, even if it had that line, just turn a Hyperdriver in your banish zone, or even if it was just Arena, and it's just that burst at the end, you have Hyperdrivers, you're no longer boosting, you're Mechanoiding, something like that, right? Exactly the right text for hit the gas. It's not bad, but it's not good enough. Yeah. Which is a shame, because I can understand they have to keep that mentality, but I think they try and value hero abilities equally when they are not. It's like Tough Nut and Lithe. They're not two sides of the same coin. Tough Nut is not as good as Lithe, because having extra versus having less doesn't demand equal value. So Tough Nut being worth, a yellow and a toughness, or a blue and no toughness, for instance. It's the most likely situation, right? It's still 3 value for one less card. Whereas Lithe, halving doesn't matter when you have that extra bulk of resources, right? Tokens can't enter the banish zone, yeah, also sucks. I mean, they can't enter the graveyard anyway. So, in that sense, if you could target stuff in the arena for the tokens, that would be great as well. Then at least hit the gas. I mean, you'd have to have 2 token Hyperdrivers for hit the gas to be profit anyway. But yeah, it's too limiting, just hitting the banish zone. Should have either completed the cycle. I think that would have been fair. It would have been great, because you still have to get them to the banish zone, but it enables Hyper Scrapper and the other max card, right? And looping them, and whatever the charging station or whatever it was from the armory deck, right? Or hit stuff under permanence, something like that. New Horizon. Is this card good? Reprints, Mage Hunter Arrow. I suppose I should ask the same question. Is this card good? Instant destroy this. Next time you would be dealt arcane damage this turn. Prevent 3 of that. Activate this only while this is face up in your arsenal. When this hits a Runeblade or Wizard Hero, you may destroy an aura they control. Again, I feel like they need to, for like Runeblade, like moving to stack destruction for tokens would be kind of cool. But it is functional, right? So yeah, you have a face up. It clears your arsenal as well if you're using it to prevent. Otherwise, it's just there as a threat. Maybe it synergizes with like Return Fire, but it can be hard to utilize. God. Sea Lace. We have to check wording. Is Sea Lace a blue, or is it only if it's a blue it goes? Yeah, no. So if something like Sea Lace was you turn an arrow face up in your arsenal, if it's blue it gains go again, would have been great with this. Cross Wrap is once per turn action, so that doesn't help. Yeah, there needs to be some sort of instant flip, right? Otherwise, it can be very awkward, because it's another case of a card where it should be good, but it's always playing one turn behind when you need it, and therefore it's not that great. But still, having Arcane Prevention as Ranger in these sort of other facets is definitely nice. There's definitely, yeah, big stuff you can destroy. And oh god, I guess it's Ponder. Ponder is the main thing with Wizard, and then anything that leads to other generation or amping is what you want to destroy against Runeblade. But I think, like, take Germinate. Germinate's back. It'll be great to contain Germinate with cards that destroy token stacks instead of just one token, right? That's where my mind goes as like a next step up. Missed potential for Sea Lace should have been turn Arsenal face up. Yeah. Oh well. Take the baits for Riptide, search your deck for a card, then shuffle and put it on top. Create a bait token under the opponent's hero. Sets up your traps, right? Definitely nice. It's a tutor effect for me, mostly, which is the big mechanic. I mean, you can take this. God, China has access to so many shooters now. Only fix the match was a spec. Oh well. Parched Terrain. Heroes can't gain life. At the beginning of your end phase, put a sand counter on this, then destroy it unless you banish a red card from your graveyard for each sand counter. So this can kind of stick around for very, very long, right? Which is great because it is definitely, a great toolkit piece for aggro against longer lasting decks, right? Just neutering the life gain element. It's the type of card, if we got more of it, maybe Count Your Blessings could return. Maybe. But yeah, it's definitely nice, right? It's kind of interesting that they didn't, use some new mechanic, right? Channel being from the pitch. I don't know what you'd call it, but hopefully this is the type of effect that comes back, because yeah, it definitely seems really useful. But they do have to be, somewhat reduced effects. And it being an instant means you can play it in response, which is really cool. Waiting to see if see this in the new Drumai. It is a Fango again, trigger at least. Yeah, that too, it's Draconic. That does make it really nice. But yeah, just for me, it just limits the top end of the amount of recovery they can get. And we got a decent chunk of good new life gain as well through the new blocks, tax, etc. But yeah, definitely does enough. Felling and Plow, great to see. Hopefully they're plentiful because I don't think a talented card should be this expensive for either of them. I mean, what are they at now? It's going to be an ungodly amount. Or again, a specific card. Yeah, $50, so 150 for a playset roughly, and Plow Under I think is more. No, Plow Under is less, 30. So yeah, if they weren't just Earth, sure, but because they are specific cards, they definitely demand a reprint. Hey, Ghostblade. Glad you can catch a stream. I guess we started a bit early and are definitely going a bit later, right? Since there are a lot of cards to go through. I do have water, which I should be drinking because I am parched. Okay. Channel Tranquil Domain. Go again when this enters the arena at the start of your turn. Nope. At the start of your action phase, put target aura on the bottom of its owner's deck. And then Channel Earth at the beginning of your end phase, put a flow counter, usual. So yeah. Action phase to recycle an aura. I mean, re-hit Millennial Tree, re-hit the Frost stuff. It's another Earth card to stick in your Jarl deck for the fusing. Is there any bad aspect about this? I guess it's slowish on a 3 cost, but yeah, no. For what you're trying to do, it's definitely really nice. Tranquil, guaranteed aura hate. You target your opponent's aura. Yeah, that too. My mentality, weirdly, was on, like channel stuff you won't have the correct pitch to upkeep, so you cycle them back instead. Which is always where my mind sort of falls short, is I latch onto like one weird idea. When it enters the arena and at the start of your action phase. Oh yeah. I mean, yeah, just defensively as well. Because it's any target aura, so you can destroy tokens, which is nice enough. And then you can always save it as well, if need be. Right? It's definitely a really nice utility. Line up the leaves, deal 6 arcane. That's the main aspect. And then instant discard this in an earth card. Right? So, yeah. Don't super care about the prevention. It'll definitely come in handy for the right matchups, but just a way to stockpile your grave. And then a nice big 6 arcane for those chippy future turns. Definitely really nice. Any good specializations worth mentioning for Shine? I haven't looked at the whole set yet. So, Riptides is a tutor. That's good enough. Max's is nice. The Olympia stuff is nice. If Cat's Eyes wasn't a sword, it'd be cool, but unfortunately it's a sword. So it's pretty much Olympia, Riptide. I think that's it, because there's not actually that many, unfortunately. Because I don't think any of the new stuff were specs, crazily. I mean, I sort of get it. The boos and stuff don't matter, but some of the effects on the charms, if they were specs, would be kind of nutty. But the Olympia set definitely goes far. Because something, if you were building like Arc Lightning, defensiveness is something you're really missing out on. So to be able to, block and have the gold to spend into something is really nice. Or even swap them out to go again effects. It's good. We want utility against matchups. We want utility that's strong in certain matchups, but then it being fab, it also has to be at least decent in the deck by itself. So it's like, again, going back to Parched Terrain, where it has it has the stock standard baseline use in Fang, and then it has the extra effect, right? That becomes the utility for certain matchups, and then better with certain matchups. Angelic Attendant. Awaken target figment you control, put this into your soul. So rather than paying, you get soul fuel and a figment, which it can help with those pickles where you've exhausted your resources and maybe you have your figments on board. Otherwise, it's just solid, right? You get a soul card and you get to awaken a figment. So even though it competes, I guess, with Prism's ability and Vestige, it's still just good, right? I hope I'm wrong about the Olympus set and they make him better. Again, it's not that they're bad, and there's still a decent amount of block, but he just lacks the payoff, the step before it, the rationale to collect gold. Other than, of course, just cycling, but you can't cycle the equipment pieces. Battlefield Beacon. When the stacks, choose one for each card you've banished from your soul this combat chain. You may choose the same mode up to 3 times. Thinking about this one, imagine it was, create a blah and +1 each time. Then it would be a nice payoff. Otherwise, it's like I'm popping off. I'm gonna win. Wait, I'm not. Let me stockpile these 3 things for next turn, and hopefully that's enough, right? Because Bolton's very much ooh, and then if you win, and then you gotta slowly go back, right? So yeah, it doesn't do enough in my mind. Or oh God, I guess bustedly if it was something inversely. Uh, when this attacks, you may put. Oh God, how would you word it? Basically, instead of this, if it was a way to recharge your soul with cards from your banish zone, would be my way of thinking. And I really want to see someone send a Battlefield Beacon for 9 and win off of it back to back. Interesting. It just, well, I'll have to give that a watch. It seemed awkward to me in terms of when you want to play it, right? If you're going for your big beacon, you do, yeah, you beacon and Lumina. Then this is just something you're holding to get that in at the end, rather than just weapon swinging, right? I suppose there's no downside to it because it's still a yellow, it's still a 3. So you may choose the same mode up to 3 times. +3 block. That helps if you've overextended, don't have an arsenal card. +3 courage is a +3 for the next turn, and then the vigor is free swinging, free cards. The courage, yeah, you can definitely capitalize on the toughness, sure, right? Because block is fine. It can be a bit awkward, right? Because so toughness for me again is because it's uncontrollable. Your opponent, if they are a weapon based class, that's aggro. It's just dagger, waste toughness. go into everything else. It doesn't help with the breakpoints. And then the Vigor. Yeah, I don't play Bolt enough. Is he starving for enough resources? Average will be Courage and Toughness, 0 for 5. Yeah, so Vigor is the least useful. 0 for 5 is actually good, yeah. When this attacks, choose one for each. So you can't, but you can't Bolt in it. Like you don't get an extra proc by giving it go again through Bolton. His hands will convert better with Vigor and makes a difference for Bolton not needing to pick hard. But not a guarantee setup. Alright. Maybe it doesn't need any extra gas. Not normally, but you could maybe use it to pay for sabers. Or Axe Bolton, right? But at the same time, does it make Bolton good enough, right? Is it in the same vein as it's better than Hit the Gas. But again, because it's in, interesting hero. I don't want to say bad because it's not necessarily bad. Alright. Gallo, end of the line. Already a new ally for Gravy. Action, pay 1 to tap and attack for 4. And then instant tap, discard a card with Water Grave until the end of turn. Effects controlled by opponents don't trigger when their attacks hit. So this is different to Stamp because this is any effect controlled by the opponent doesn't trigger when an attack hits. Not the effects of that attack. God. These cards are going to do Judges then. So you still get the chance to use it even when it's targeted. But see, so the problem with this that I have is most matchups is still just clear, right? Clear the majority of value allies, right? So even that scenario, you're swinging into this. If you're aggro, they still use the effects, but then they lose a block, which is bad. Sure, it turns off mask, but you're still clearing the board and then dealing with stuff. And then for anyone who's big, you're just clearing this with a weapon swing, and the effect is useless. So again, it's a case of where it's not like auto include, but it has its situational benefit, right? Catch of the day. Next arrow attack this turn gets +2. If a Go Fish effect will trigger this turn, instead trigger it twice. So a blue 0 +2 is definitely nice. A double trigger. You still want the harpoon, right? Because you want the controlled effect. Again, it feels like the card we need after we get the main support, right? Even if they kill this, it's like Unka where it yeah. Isn't the best attack comparable to other allies, but given a quarter target, yeah, as a 3 cost, so you can get the maximum value out of it. Guarding doesn't turn off a block because Water Grave cards don't have block value. That is true as well. Loses a resource for Gravy. Alright. We'll go back to this for a second. So yeah, so this still triggers, but again, anyone who's weapon-based and just controlling allies deals with it, doesn't care because they're not attacking Gravy, so they're not worrying about the hit effects. For anyone wide, then yes, it is a bit damning, right? Because it turns off stuff like Mask of Momentum, got a great maxes on the mind, so it turns off Banksy, right? But at the same time, it's still your turn to do this, one card to do this, and then from the opponent's perspective, it's deal with this and then still send damage to Gravy, right? Painful Passage. Alright. Shadow Runeblade, you may banish an attack action card from your hand. If you do, it gets +3 or go again until the end of turn. So you get something you can play with, right? and you have the ability to give it +3, which is very significant, or go again, which is also significant. 0 cost, banish an attack action card from hand. God. Jane is disgusting with this, right? Vincent likes this, but Vincent's still a bit awkward. I guess the +3 is the really nice part of it. Titan, bash a card from your hand if you do create a rune chant. So you're down 2 cards to get +3 or go again. But then you're playing stuff from the back zone anyway. Yeah, so this is a really good one. At least from my initial. So again, Rune Blade's one of the classes I don't really touch. Warmonger's Diplomacy, reprint. Looks nice. Snag, and I guess we might as well go through the equipment. So, Tiara of Suspense. Instant destroy this with suspense counter on an aura suspense you control. Activate this only if being cheered this turn. So, yeah. You get your block out of it, and then you also just get a suspense counter to upkeep some of those really disgusting cards. So, yeah, nice. And then these two are Guardian. Yeah. So, when this defends, you may remove a suspense counter from an aura you control. If you do, gain 2 resources. So, trigger an aura, gain 2 to play another aura, is where my mind goes. So I do like this as a comparable tempo piece that could actually have really valid uses. Attention grabbers. When suspense, you may remove a suspense counter from an aura you control. If you do, this gets +2. So there are some that obviously you don't want to trigger. You don't want to remove the counters. For non-Pleiades, well, I mean, in the sake of Pleiades, it's just this is your speed up. You don't necessarily have to use your ability. You could save your ability for your turn then. And then for everyone else, it's like on call, Pleiades this. And it's 3 block as well, which is nice, right? Instead of it being like a 0 to a 2, it's a 1 to a 3. So you can even just, use this as 1 block without going for the aura removal. And then boots to board. When this defends, you may pay up to 3, create that many toughness tokens. So it's just stockpiling resources for the next one. Definitely fatiguing, right? Does Tough not really like these? Why do I feel like Tough Nut really likes these? Which is weird, just, Tough Nut in stilettos. Yeah, I'm thinking Tough Nut for these. Oh, interesting. I don't know how I feel about attention grabbers. The block 3 is nice. I think it's nice that it's 1 or 3. Because, triggering like palms is nice. Any of the pluses though is not great, right? But again, I'm thinking in the mindset of Pleiades. So for everyone else, it's just triggering them a turn early instead, which is really nice. I think I like them. I think they're definitely useful for suspense. Painful Passage is a 3 wide with hidden info, Rune Gate attack, spell, bound creepers, and Painful Passage. Or a 2 wide with a +3. Yeah, very versatile. The problem is, I mean, you shouldn't. I would assume you don't have this problem if you're, building a consistent Vin set. Is you don't have the correct attack action to hit with this, right? But again, I think this is probably their strongest expansion slot list, wholeheartedly, right? It has great reprints, it has really functional cards, it has stuff that the classes need, even if there's not the payoff for it just yet, right? What more could you ask for? This is like just hitting the nail on the head perfectly. Which is really good. It's made me a lot more excited for Super Saiyan than I thought I'd be. Alright, with that in mind, it's now time to dig. What are we looking for? The Cold Force? Check Reddit first. Is there anything new or interesting? Pleiades Marvel. I would assume the Pleiades Marvel, because someone did pull it, might be up. I assume it's adult, right? No, they don't have the alt art. Closed it. It was pulled and revealed. If it's bad, you can just banish it to Vincent's hero ability. Yeah, so you have like two options, I suppose. Oh, right. No. I get what you mean. You can just banish Painful Passage to Vincent, which is really flexible. As long as there's like an out, the worst case scenario, then good. Okay. So not everything is up and about. But I was curious what the other Marvel was. Tokens are still not here. Because the Marvel so far are the 8 heroes, the 4 equipment pieces, and Pleiades, right? That's 13. Do we just click wildly? I mean, this has so much going on. This could have been the Marvel, but it's a cold foil, which is still nice. Is young Pleiades? Do they both have an alt art? I gotta open Reddit again. This is 40 HP. This is the... I'm not in purples. What? This is adult, right? Oh, good. I don't think it's fitting for Pleiades. It's cool, but yeah, I don't know. It just I don't thematically get it, I suppose. Maybe a more serious tone for the Goofy set. I suppose. That just like lore-wise, he's a Celestial Maiden because reasons, right? I mean, I still think it's definitely a gorgeous looking Marvel. Yeah, and anytime they do blues is what tonally works best with the cold foiling. Anything metallic, right? But yeah, so it's this and... Oh, that's... Okay, so they're just pulling from the namesake. It's not actually in-universe. Seven Sisters, 7 stars. Now you're going to make me count. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Unless these two don't count. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. The constellation is a... I suppose. Still, would I rather this or a Jarl? I think the Jarl. But yeah, so still one Marvel. I don't trust the art, well, which is good to add the Seven Sisters. I wonder if they'll go anywhere with that. Is the... Because I saw Confidence as a Marvel. Probably not. No. Ladies. I guess not. Because I'm curious if it's something secretive. I guess the other thing to do is go how many cards in the set. Will do. Super Slam. 7 to 6. And the tokens that are missing... Might, Agility, Vigor, Confidence, Toughness is 5. Wait, what? Oh, right, 0. Yeah. No, that still doesn't work. This 276 is a physical count. Why 272? Now I'm confused. I mean, they have messed up counts before. In all honesty, there's been a few. There's been other sets where it's been below or above. So most likely, you should just assume that it's 277, right? Not 276. That's just the 5 tokens that are missing. I mean, is there any sort of prolific card that feels like it should be a marvel? I mean, we could literally just open everything and see what the variants are. Is there a way to turn this into a list where I can do that? No. Unfortunately. Oh, thank God. It does come in both. I guess that's what we're doing. Just going through the majority cards. Alright, that's definitely nice to see. So it should hopefully be a bit more accessible. I mean, Cold War wise, the equipment, marvels. I do find it weird that they didn't tell us the amount of cold foils. What is the easiest way? Probably close stuff that we don't need. The problem too is there is, the common cold foils. So there will be other stuff with cold foils. So I know it's leather boots, brutality. I don't think Drills of Victory was. I think it's 1 for each. So it's Cries of Encore and the chest. Then it'll be the headpieces. Was it one? Was it this? No. God, I just went through this yesterday. It has to be one of the revered ones. Well, I guess this is where we just open stuff. I don't think it's come back yet. Rainbow foil, rainbow foil, rainbow foil. Promo. Yeah, I'm looking for. Well, I'm more interested in just the cold foils in general. So I would like to see, the amount of good stuff, the amount of this. But I thought there was 1 for each. So I guess I was wrong, unless cheers. Nope. Darling the crowd, not so mighty. I know it's outside interference, right? Yeah. Then Lyeth is leave them hanging. You have the equipment pieces. I guess I can't remember any of these being cold foil. The concealed object is. So surely there's something for Revered. And then we have the chest piece. Show of strength, I think it was. Yeah. What, Stampede? No. And then none of the commons are standout. And strong. And I think it was the set of 3. Probably missed something. We'll see. And then adaptive. The only one that makes sense. Everything else is not equipment. I mean, one of these could be EA, I suppose. I guess we'll open all the expansion slot. We know it's not the Olympia set because that's Marvels. I mean, Bait could be a cold foil. Bait could be a Marvel, actually, thinking about it. That's not the worst thing. They do like their tokens. Or Klloo. Because it'd be kind of weird if he doesn't have a Marvel, right? The Snag is normal. I don't know why I opened it. Warmonger is legendary. Don't know why I opened it. Rainbow foil, rainbow foil. Ah, there we go. So Gallows is the last Marvel. Right? It is 8. Ooh, I should make it finer. Anyway, 8 heroes, 4 Olympia, and then you have Pleiades and Gallo. Right, that's 1 and 1. And I did that backwards for whatever reason, but you get the gist, right? That's our 14 marbles. Which will be interesting, because it sort of means anytime they do a gravy ally to fit the theme, they have to give it in a marvel. And then, oh, there's a cold foil. Beautiful. Any of the others in cold foil? Tranquil. No, not parched terrain. Interesting. And they could have done bait in the cold foil. Backspin thrust. Nope. Adaptive. What happens next? We continued. Spencer's killing me. Fab number crunch as the marvel list. We found it. Fine. I mean, is the marketing thing up? That usually has all the cards. This feels like... How many is that for cold foils? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23. I mean, that feels about right for cold foils. Nope, that was the wrong one. Retailer news. Is it important leaks? Vended stores. No, so it's not updated yet. Because it's the other easy way to find. Right, because I'm pretty sure it has all the cards. Yeah, and they're in their different variants. And it's not too hard to dig through. That does feel correct. Problem is, again, there's a good chunk of 8 equipment pieces to go along with it. I'm hoping they're short printed. Right? Because again, you want 3s of these. That would be the nice, considerate-ish thing to do, right? But yes, we'll end up seeing. As long as it's back to 1 a box as well, right? Because I was super excited for all the cards in cold foil, because I think that's a great way to handle it, to try and make them a bit more collectible. Again, not that collectability should necessarily be as forcefully pushed as it is for Flesh and Blood, because it's very apparent the majority of the community doesn't care. Like, they care about the cool stuff and like the attend event promos, which is great because that's rewarding actually going out and being part of Flesh and Blood in the community. But all the equipment just sits in a box. No one really cares. Maybe it'll shine one day for Project Blue, maybe not. Other than that, is there anything we want to do? I wouldn't mind looking into Cheeto. It's hard rationalizing the 4 costs on his hero ability. I mean, it's 3 cost with a vigor, so it's 1 to give. So if you're playing 3s, it's 1 to give it +3. But I don't know if you necessarily want to play 3s. I mean, for the sake of it, we could just build him aggro. February. KO. Super Slim. And I always find it easiest if the first thing we look at is Super Slim. Probably no to the gauntlets. Probably no to the majority of this equipment. Like, scaling is still just such defensive value. Same with Bonebreaker. Does he kind of want Tunic as well, right? I think consistently getting his hero ability to 3, if we're doing, small wide, is probably very reasonable. I mean, Big Bully, any of the Intimidate stuff seems great. I mean, this would be a 3-card, potentially with a Vigor or Tunic. A 3-card, 6 intimidating 3 cards. The problem is, it doesn't necessarily go well with the existing Brute stuff, right? Because you don't need to put it to 6. So it does feel this is where you're incentivized to really just do this smaller stuff. Easier to play, and then capitalize on maybe the other buffing cards, agility generation. I mean, like, something like this is not super worth it, but with, like, a mine is definitely nice. It will be nicer to have, like, a lower cost Brute, in this sense. Yes, we're looking for anything with 3 or less to get the, like, R value out of his hero ability. Hmm. And then, yeah, like, stuff like Mocking Blow, where it could be a big 4/4/10. Seems great, right? Punch above your weight. 6/4/11. They don't seem too bad. Problem is, then it stops you from using all the clash stuff. If you're using the clash stuff, then the chip stuff that I want to run doesn't seem that great either. Yeah, I think I might try and build him small, and then just try and chip down the opponent. I mean, Reckless Swing is turned off as well. Alright, let's do this. Super Slam, Power, we want 3 or less. That's what we'll zero in on. See if there's enough good quality stuff, right? I mean, you do also then capitalize on, like, a blue deck. Would be great. Three for 6 with X effect. Is that always worth it? There's lots of stuff where it could be. Like, even overcrowded in that aspect becomes a 3/4/6 that could potentially get, +1, +2. Get a 3/8 in blue. That's kind of nice. When the combat chain closes, the Nimby KO so far doing well. Cool. Nice knowing you're, like, in the same vein of thought. Combat chain closes if this didn't hit. And stuff like that's also nice because you can make it big. Because I think capitalizing on just the threat of using KO's ability makes it really nice. You take the blue instead. Still a good go again. 6 or more gets +3, so this would be a 2/4. No, sorry, it'd be a 5. Sorry, it'd be a 6. Ah, a 6 for 9. It's dropping off a little. Yeah, there's probably enough ways to do it. Not strictly low or high tax, it's a mix using lower tax to set up bigger turns. Well, yeah, so in that sense, you could take you could take all the blues in low, right? And then you have them to pitch into big attacks, to pitch into KO's ability, to use in conjunction with one another, something like that. That does sound actually kind of cool, especially from the deck construction perspective on how to, tune it. Very, very interesting. Ooh, what's the time? 12:30. I think we might leave it there. You know what? I'd say I'd do this. We will draw for a bit. Just so I have incentive, if you will, to continue working on it. That one. Zoomed in. Ooh, getting there. Oh. But yeah, Super Slam is definitely shaped up a lot better than I initially thought it would, right? Especially from like the reveal trailer and everything. That's definitely great to see. Makes me almost think whether or not I've ordered enough. Beautiful. 6 copies of Rainbow Mockingblow, Nimbleism, and Nimby. God. Seems like a scary start. Oh, why is one of them not with that? Duh, duh, duh. That. So go up from here. Oh, that's a bit dark. And we should also highlight it correctly. It's also one of the first sets where thinking about it, I actually kind of want to build everyone. Like, Lyeth seems great. Like, he seems like the competitive variant, the competitive actual deck. And then Tough Knot just seems like fun, trying to make rock work. KO because of the chip stuff. I always like, alternate win conditions, as long as they're not too oppressive. So it does seem decent. It doesn't lower the health threshold too great. It's cool because all the Rainbow Nimbies and Mocking Blow will always have 6 attack, and Nimby gets a free Nimblism for the next turn. And fetching resource is always nice. And again, it sets up the ability to, pressure. Pressure with KO's effect. Which definitely seems like one of the strong points. I don't know if this is the right angle. Like down here is fine. I suppose this should just be darker in general. And I think I'm softening it too much. I'm drawing on the wrong one as well. I wondered why it was so opaque. So many undos. But so it's Tough Nuts. What's the plan? We go yellow 6s. Again, aiming for a 2 cost attack. Pleiades. God. I mean, the fun thing is build around her standing ovation. The best thing seems to be build around the mini auras, right? Why? Looking, yes. And then for Lyeth, it's just the value of 5 cards, right? Simple as that. And then KO, yeah. Small with big attacks. Like, you just take all the brute stuff that is impactful rather than just the big stuff. Rather than just the big stuff. And then you combo it with the small stuff, right? That's the feel for KO. Build around what happens next. I want to test Embolden build with a... Making Embolden cost 3 with what happens next seems great. Yeah. Plus then it's the aura on field. Because that was my thought with like Lyeth, because he has the extra card. It makes Embolden so much more workable. This is also the wrong way to start. 20. It's nice, right? Because the new design aspects that they're going for these heroes is opening up a lot of their old card pools, which is just great. Because that's always like a joy for me when, all of a sudden I can go back and I can consider XYZ. Waiting for Life, do have 3 Empoldens for a setup turn. They'll get there. Okay. God, I hate mouses. It's so hard to hit the exact spot you want. If we zoom in more. Like, this feels too dark already. Maybe not. That should be the darker edge. And this corner should also be darker. Maybe a bit too much. If I add in highlights, it might work out. I think I might have to look up a bunch of fabric. Actually, you know what? There was a nice card I saw that actually had fabric-esque that I really liked. See if we can find it. It was... Actually, there's kind of a lot with, red flowy fabric. That would be a nice reference. I remember there being one that stood out. I really should have bookmarked it. Story beats? No. Glory, no. I mean, because that's the simplest thing to do. Is to go back through this with just black and, I guess, the former red. And just draw out where the curvatures should be. And if we go like this. Yeah, if anyone has tips for digital art, shoot. Because I am usually a paper pen medium guy. Peck Perfect. I think Peck Perfect is a lot more poppier. It doesn't have fabric. I think I'm fairly happy with the body. Alright for the torn fabric. But again, because there's no... For me, there's no points like the stretch, right? Have those effects. This is just sitting down. So I can't make it too... What's the word? So for instance, it sits on this leg, right? So there should be a streak like this coming up through here. Because this is on one leg and then this is hanging down. But I also can't do it too dark, right? Because then it's hugging the legs. And this wouldn't hug the legs. And then I also have to do the edges in a bit more of a rolled expert. Paint on rock. But you rock on paint. It's a lot easier in the sense that you do this and then it's captured versus, doing something pen and paper. And I don't know, there's probably an easier way, but I always suck at, trying to clean it up to make it a digital asset afterwards. So I thought I'd give this a go, and, you know, the body turned out well. And I'd like something for the channel wise that, you know, is mine. And then, you know, we can put on playmats or something. Like, I like how the sashes have turned out. I think their layering looks nice. It's just this. Should almost be brighter because it's larger areas of fabric anyway. Maybe I'm looking at this wrong. Maybe the middle is not the issue. Maybe it's the edges I need to fix. I mean, they do look like individual pieces, which is fine. They're not as textured as, say, this. So it could be as simple as just going over them, making them darker so they fit the sash. But it's kind of nice that they're bright and poppy. And there's also there's some level of acknowledgement that you can only go so far, right? Because if we're just layering on after and after, it's not going to have the same effect as, you know, if I were to redraw something from scratch, for instance, with the knowledge I have now, so to speak, on how to use digital art. When did I put out the last channel update video? Because that's when I started this. I think that was a good month ago, a couple weeks ago. Then I have to think in my head how the edges would actually sit. Because this would be on top of that, so it'd sort of be flexed outwards. This would drop more than that edge. So it should be a darker streak along here. This one would be even-ish. Conjuring and paint, if you hold space and use keyboard arrows, you can use it like in Etch and Sketch. That's pretty cool. See if I can get one of the edges right. Or, I shouldn't say right, in a fashion that I find suitable and I like, right? So what we just said was, it would be darker along this edge. Then darker most on this edge, because it hangs down more. Almost too dark, though. But yeah, so see like that now. But then it also starts to blend in with the one underneath. That's not the most unreasonable ask. It might also be the shape that I dislike. So it might be worth going through it and cleaning up the edges first, before I do the shading. And I do have to touch up the bells as well. Some of them are misaligned, now that I look at it zoomed in. This one. I think that's aligned. Oh, it's gonna be annoying when I make them one. Hopefully, the bell. Wait, that's all of the bell. Right, it's somewhere like that. Not bad. Like that though. And if anyone's interested, we're trying to draw a bard mascot for the channel. I'm not going to Worlds. I do not travel much, unfortunately. Well, I should say, I do travel. I travel to, like, Christmas and family and stuff, which is why I don't travel much for hobbies. Maybe next year, I'll save up. Because I would like to go to some of the big events. Always nice to see. But I don't even, like, make it down to the ones in Australia, to be honest. We're getting there. I mean, like, this was the first year I started going to armories, for instance. Granted, my mentality was because I moved somewhere rural. And I still travel, you know, it's like 45 minutes each way. Which once a week is not awful. Problem is, I think I also reflexively try to even it out, which I shouldn't do. That's a bit better. That's a line too far. Follow the stroke through, actually, like I would on paper. Would be, comes across down here, curves, and goes back down. And on this side, same sort of thing, but less. I mean, that kind of looks nicer. It looks a bit flat in certain areas, though. Well, all we can do is go round and round and round. Either delete it. Oh. Or find mixes of edges that I actually like. Some of these are way too dark, though. Those are definitely not nice. What's this? Because this should be smoothed. Two different layers, actually, this one. Maybe a bit too dark. They definitely stand out, but they look more like petals at this point. Rather than being part, well, or being tied down by the sash. Maybe these are actually too low. Be the right curve. Oh, I've drawn this like a flower. Right? Because the starting point for these is overlapping. So it's like they're all tucked. Why are you not drawing? You draw? Who's that? Because I'm under. Oh, because I'm under the sash. Because what I've done, essentially, is the center. Each of these go to it, which is not how a skirt is made. Right? Because instead, each of these should have a separate 5 point. And that's where they should go to. So this, instead of going there, should go that. And this shouldn't exist. Which is actually really good to know, right? Because that's half the aspect now, is just redrawing and placing stuff correctly. Because that's also messing my head in terms of shading. Because looking at it, I've shaded it like petals. Which there's nothing wrong with that. I do like flower motifs. But that's why it I think that's why it looks off to me overall. No worries, Pockets. Thanks for hanging around. I think I'm gonna go as well, though not to bed, to have some lunch. And then to redraw this. But I think that's my longest stream yet as well. So anyone who's hanging around still, because apparently there's a few of you. Thanks. Hope you enjoyed. Hope you enjoyed the Super Slam talk. This is probably going to be a continued thing as well if you do enjoy art, right? But I'd like to, it gets a bit complicated with doing alters because, you need the physical card and I cannot paint. I could Sharpie them. We could try that. But I wouldn't mind doing more stuff, right? I think I'd like to do alters for cards, or at least dabble in it. But we'll leave it there. Enjoyed. Yeah.